Well, hello there, everyone who's still here. I cannot believe this is happening. I've been talking to nothing less for an hour. I'm gonna... YouTube, oh my god. I clicked start stream and then it was just stuck on the starting stream window forever. And I didn't know. So I've been talking for an hour. I covered 50 topics. Listen, that was my best stream. I was like, why is the chat so silent? What's happening? Okay, let's just start from the top. Oh my god. This is so annoying. And I finished the boss with the best finisher. But you'll never see it because, you know. Do be careful, the glutton is a fearsome foe. We'll see about that. Also, you missed a bit of the game, but just a bit. Valerian Zale, you will cleanse the ballroom and make your way to the gardens. I guess we have to make the whole warm-up from zero. The botanical horror will pose a challenge, but you have what it takes. We won't fail. Remember what you learned. Lunar magic against the soul-based ones, and solar magic for those more concrete. Thank you. I'm heading upstairs to start working on the final seal. Join me when you're done and we will read the world of the Dweller of Woe once and for all. True! We will. Alright, hopefully people will come back. Godspeed, Solstice Warriors. Yes. I'm so pissed off by what happened. Was just stuck. This is incredible. I was like, why is the audience so quiet? Hello, Bill Portley. You will not guess what happened. You will not guess what happened right now. You will probably laugh when you hear. Or maybe not. Maybe you'll not laugh. Maybe you'll feel pity for this giggler. How many people are watching right now? Oh, YouTube. Oh my goodness. So I started stream. I pressed start stream on YouTube. And I just started, you know, the stream. The whole shebang. And then, after an hour, I discovered, or rather, Karasu DM'd me, that That's right. The stream has not been on because YouTube got stuck on trying to turn the stream on for an hour. I tried refreshing the page and it got stuck on refreshing, so I had to turn the whole page off, turn it on again, and then it worked. Oh. Okay. What's the other stream? Don't tell me it's Vaush. There you are. I can fight the Dweller with you, but I'll do what I can otherwise. Hey, you must be Sarai. I'm Carl. Thanks for helping earlier. Maybe everyone left because just generous. What? Traitors, come on! We're glad to have you back. Don't mention it. I might not be a Star Trek X. Hello, Karasu. This is just warm-up, but today... Oh, today we're gonna do some serious topics. Which, thank God, I did not start covering while the stream was off. Oh my God. I'm so... Hello, Lily Ten Shoes. I'm so happy I did not cover anything serious. I'd be like... And so then this happens, that happened, and it's all a mess. And then on the back of my head, I'd be like, why is the audience so quiet? Why is nobody commenting on anything? And then I'd be like, oh, I've been just rehearsing to nothingness. I figured you were just getting ready since we were late. No, I was streaming, I was talking, doing jokes and stuff. Oh my God. My goodness, I cannot believe. That is so classic me. Only I could do such a thing. No other streamer will ever do such a thing. That is my mark on the streaming world. Wait. Oh, we can change party members now. That's amazing. So we're gonna start. We're gonna do a little bit of this, but I know that Karasu's not that interested in gaming, so we're gonna do just a little bit of this, and then we're gonna jump into the political thing, which actually will interest Karasu a lot, because it's refugee crisis. That's true. But we got a lot of important things to talk about today. And I believe Karasu will have some insight. Believe it or not, I've actually prepared physical newspapers for this. Oh my God, you gotta love the Polish government. The Polish government that built empty hospitals for 6 billion of Polish, no, 7 billion of Polish currency. Empty hospitals that nobody will use because there's no doctors to use it. Oh yeah, it's 7 billion plus the cost of adding electricity and plumbing to the hospitals. Oh my God. Poland is such a bizarre place. I swear. I guess Poland, or rather the far-right government, found a way to get the money back. And you will learn how. Who are you? What is Poland's graduation? It's big. It's just that no Polish doctors want to stay in Poland. That's one. There's actually a lot of people. Oh. The graduation rate is not that bad, actually. And there are a lot of people studying medicine in Poland from all over the world because it's cheap here. Like, you have people from all possible continents learning how to be a doctor in Poland. Thank you for getting rid of those evil spirits. Here, you can use this fire if you need to rest. Why, thank you. There are other lost souls in this mansion who can help you, but they won't come out while evil spirits are around. Wow, 4 party members. That's right. We'll be talking about the crisis thing. The botanic horror. I'll help however I can. Your first cleansing. Aren't you a little bit excited? Oh my gosh. Moraine said the gardens were through the library. The pink girl is a storyteller. Oh yeah, I've read the whole Three Sisters story when the stream is off. Well, you know, we will read it again one day. I don't feel the power to read it again. Second time in a row. Oh my god. Can you believe this? Need anything? You can buy weapons from this fella? Feta? You don't even have milk. Don't sell milk. Very kosher. That is so nice. Okay, we'll have to set up a timer or something. 10 more minutes or something and then we start. Oh my gosh, we're behind schedule. What is this? That would explain a lot, but I'm not so sure if she is. Wait, what is that? Where do I go now? Oh, here. The door. I use the door. Oh. That's right. Back boy. Level up? Oh. Oh, who are you? Over generations, the evil presence has fully engulfed these rooms and halls. Are you here to help? Then perhaps you should take a look at the torch left of the fireplace. Enter the secret passage. So let's go. Oh. I see. Oh. I'm here to help. All the juice boxes are for lunch. Moon cradle, fish pie. Second fish to get it. Oh, milk! Moonerang. Oh. Oh no. Okay. A good old Unity engine game. We're getting into that today. There we go. Wait. Combo. Oh. There we have it. Oh. Who are you? Oh, pizza. Wow. More milk. More pizza. How do you get to this? I wanted to learn Uni because it's C and I know a little C word. I'm gonna have to pay up for every download or installation. Hello there, you look strange. Are you alive or something? Hey friend, we're looking for the ballroom. Do you know where it is? Oh yes, it's somewhere beyond this door. Tell you what, you make me a sandwich and I'll open the door for you. Deal. How do you like yours? My favorite is pretty simple. 2-part pepper, 4 parts dust, 3 parts sugar, and 1 part rust. Between 2 slices of bread, of course. Okay. Where can we find these ingredients? Oh, the kitchen has it. Oh, let me get the door for you. The recipe's on the counter if you need it. And please hurry, I'm starving. Oh no, I'm gonna have to make it manually, won't I? Oh no, no, oh no, please. Why? Why? I'll get this going. Do you mind gathering the ingredients? I hate this so much. Where is the recipe again? I don't remember. Okay, 2 parts heifer. Where's heifer? 2. Okay. Dust. 4. 4. Okay, that's better. I can cheat. Sugar-free parts. Where's sugar? Where's sugar? Wait, how many sugar did I need? Oh my gosh, my memory is so bad. Okay, sugar-free. No, no! Okay, that's better. I took 3. I hope it adds up. Oh my gosh. Okay, rust. And bread. Oh no. I hate this so much. 2 parts pepper. Now I'm angry. Okay. Oops. 4 parts dust. Three parts sugar. That is why what I messed up. And what now? Rust. Two slices of bread. That's better. Yes. Just give me a few minutes. You got this, girl. Girl. And done. You should go see that ghost now. Wait, what's wrong with the game? Did you make my sandwich? Let's eat. Oh, then there's one good sandwich. Here's a little extra for your trouble. Okay. A deal's a deal. The ballroom is through the library behind me. Just crown the king and you're basically there. What? Oh. Alright, let's go. We are in. A lot of trouble. Oh. The pot in the garden. Interesting. Moonerang. Uh-oh. Almost. We're blocking at least. Nourish. Too bad you cannot switch characters mid-battle. I love it when games allow you to do that. Oh, you can! Nice! You can actually do that. We're gonna try it now. Or not. Oh no. There we go. So have you played Armored Core? For answer, listen. I need donos to be able to afford Armored Core. I'm not rich. We're gonna be in the new year soon. Okay, it's time. I'm gonna mute the game, we're gonna change the screen, and we're gonna go into the segment, because it's time. Moho is here, and Moho is a connoisseur of politics. When Moho joins the stream, that means we need to do politics. So less games and more politics. Moho's like, where are my politics? What is this? I am, I just can't afford it, okay? My goodness. Oh. What a weird place. Run away. Okay, now we mute the game and we're getting into the action of the action. Because we're politic heads. Boom. Getting into the react. Alright? New one is pretty expensive. Yeah, that's right. Super expensive. It's not quite as expensive as Starfield, the pronoun game, but it's still expensive. The game of pronouns. In fiction, you've got the Game of Thrones, but in the real life, you've got Game of Pronouns. I'm gonna have a little bit of a graphic to this one. Or an article. There we go. That's the perfect thing, I think. You need like a supercomputer to run the pronouns game. See, that's all the more donos that I need. Okay. We've done it. Okay. Wait, why is Poland in Cyrilica? What? Why doesn't it say Polsk? Oh, whatever. That is so strange. Okay. So, how much do you know about the border crisis so far? Because, as you can see, theoretically speaking, you have Baghdad, Damascus, and from other places going to Belarus, and from there to the Polish-Belarusian border and the Polish-Lithuanian border, which the Polish government dubs the hybrid warfare. Hybrid warfare of refugees being sent to Poland to overwhelm Poland and the entirety of European Union. And I think you can already see why this premise is pretty silly. This premise is silly because the number of refugees on the Polish-Belarusian border is in the thousands. At maximum, tens of thousands. And Poland has just received millions of refugees from Ukraine. So the whole narrative about the hybrid warfare falls apart. But that is not why I'm talking to you about this right now. I'm talking to you about this topic, and I've been harping on about this topic for a while now, how it's a form of a proto-genocide, how the Polish government allows refugees from other countries, usually Asian and African countries, to die on the border, usually women with children. Some children have died from poisoning. How activists will do their best to intercept refugees at the swamps and lead them safely to the rest of the European Union. I think we've already discussed all of those things, right? But exactly, this is what I want. But there's been a new development, a brand new development that changes the nature of the whole game. Hunger, cold, poisoning, yes, all of the above. While the Polish government forbade paramedics from coming in to save the people on no man's land. Hello, not here. And people were forbidden from giving food. People were forbidden from giving assistance. And interestingly enough, before we go to the newest development, local citizens started helping refugees on the border by giving them food, by doing all the forbidden things. And one local elderly gentleman was asked, "Why do you help these people? Why help?" And he said, "I just don't want my village to become the next village that is infamous just like the villages during the Holocaust." So, which is very, very interesting, because during the day about the wasted lessons of the Holocaust, this one thing was given to us as a lesson from the Holocaust that was learned by the Polish population, which is ingrained deep in the minds of Polish people, that they do not want the Holocaust scenario to repeat itself. And thus, people in the nearby villages decided to help the refugees, which I found to be an extremely positive thing in the whole thing. And of course, there are activist organizations that bring warm food, medicine, or even items like cigarettes, and I suspect toys to the refugees in the middle of the night without any lights, as not to bring attention to the border patrol, and to get the refugees to safety. Okay? And oftentimes it's a very touching, very emotional thing for the refugees themselves as well. The refugees will cry, the refugees will beg the activists not to alert the border patrol. The refugees will clutch the hand of the activists and cry while eating the warm food. And there's also one other aspect to this thing. There's the aspect of a documentary made by a very famous movie maker. and I don't want to misremember her name. Her name is Agnieszka Holland. It's probably a joke about the Starfield. Agnieszka Holland. She has made a movie which is now playing in the cinemas, by the way. The title is The Green Border. The Green Border. The movie is right now in the cinemas. And I think it is prudent for us to discuss this movie a bit before moving on to the recent development. Because actually, I didn't plan to cover this movie, but I think it's actually important. You will learn soon enough why it's the Green Border. Green Border, Zielona Granica, is a 2023 drama film directed by Agnieszka Holland. The film is written by Holland, Gabriela Łazarkiewicz, Sieczko, and Maciej Pisuk, and stars an ensemble cast that includes Jalal Altawil, Maya Ostaszewska, the whole cast. It dramatizes the plight of migrants caught in the Belarus-European border crisis. The film competed to the Golden Lion at the 80th Venice International Film Festival, where it won the Special Jury Prize. It is set to be released in Poland on 22nd September by Kino Świat. And it is in the cinemas right now. I'm going to go and see it. Plot. In the treacherous and swampy forests that make up the so-called Green Border, and we're gonna check in a moment where it is, so you'll get to understand what that is. Between Belarus and Poland, refugees from the Middle East and Africa trying to reach the European Union are caught in a geopolitical crisis triggered by Belarusian dictator Alexander Lukashenko. In an attempt to provoke Europe, refugees are lured to the border by propaganda promising easy passage to the EU. Pawns in this hidden war, the lives of Yulia, a newly minted activist who has given up her comfortable life, Jan, a younger border guard, and a Syrian refugee family intertwine. And this is very important because there has been a very heavy response from the government and from, to no surprise, right-wingers to this movie. And so, let's look at the government's response first. Or rather, critical response. On the review aggregator website Rotten Tomatoes, the film holds an approval rating of 68% based on 14 reviews, with an average rating of 7.6 out of 10, blah blah blah. Government response. Ahead of its Venice premiere, Polish Justice Minister Zbigniew Ziobro condemned the film, writing on X that, and this is very, very important, and it will be even more important to the new revelations that we have on the situation on the Polish-Belarusian border. So, the Justice Minister Zbigniew Ziobro condemned the film, writing on X that in the Third Reich, the Germans produced propaganda films showing Poles as bandits and murderers. Today, they have Agnieszka Holland for that. And actually, the tweet says, in the Third Reich, Goebbels produced propaganda films. Okay? Today, they have Agnieszka Holland for that. Because she made an honest movie describing what's happening on the Polish-Belarusian border. Like, you need to understand what sort of things the Polish government is up to. You sort of need to get a feel to what sort of government is ruling Poland right now. In a subsequent Radio Maria interview, and Radio Maria is a highly religious radio thing. That's a whole, we could do a whole segment about Radio Maria on its own, and we probably will in the future, but like, let's just move on. Just remember that it's a Polish religious radio thing. Ziobro further condemned Holland as having made herself part of Russian propaganda and disinformation, and as preparing a film that distorts the image and shows Poland from the worst angle. And by worst angle, we mean the truthful angle. Holland showed reality of what happens, of what is happening on the border. Goebbels, yeah. Oh, in Polish it's Goebbels. Yeah. In Polish it's like Goebbels. How is it in German? I have to check. Let's see the German version. Deutsch. Yeah, in Polish it pronounces just Goebbels. Goebbels. Okay, let's see. Let's see. How to pronounce Joseph Goebbels in German? Probably Goebbels.
German name pronunciation.
Probably Goebbels or something.
German pronunciation. Joseph Goebbels.
Goebbels.
Joseph Goebbels.
Goebbels.
English pronunciation. Joseph or Joseph Goebbels.
Goebbels. In Poland, you just say Goebbels. 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 Okay. That was a bit of a like. But yes. Part of Russian propaganda and disinformation as preparing a film that distorts image from worst angle. Interior Minister Mariusz Kamiński. No, that's fine. Interior Minister Mariusz Kamiński branded the film as a brutal attack on Polish uniformed officers who are defending not only Poland but also Europe. Are you starting to see a bigger picture between the panel that we have watched before, when the Polin Museum curator said that the government is pushing a version of history that protects the good name of the Polish nation, and then branding anything that is honest about what's going on the border as a brutal attack on Polish uniformed officers who are defending not only Poland but also Europe. Poland is just full of heroes who could do no wrong, just defending Europe from evil. That is the party line, quite literally. If you're already lost. if you say you're protecting Europe. And it's consciously manipulating our emotions, which I'm sorry, because this says about consciously manipulating emotions, because many people going into the cinema say that they cry watching the movie, which I'm going to be honest, that should be the reaction upon learning what's going on the Polish-Belarusian border. Quite frankly, you should be crying. That should be your reaction to what's happening. Something's not normal if you're not crying upon getting the full picture of what's going on the border. This is how Hungary painted itself during the Syrian refugee crisis, but in fact, they failed any good security check and also failed to provide humanitarian help. Yeah. That is what Poland is doing. Poland is letting people die. Sadly, it is a thing easy to sell many Europeans and some Americans too. Good, yes, I agree. That should be the emotional reaction, at least from regular people. Like, people should want to help. People should want to put a stop to this. And I can only thank the activists that actually go and risk their own safety and risk legal action to save those people, you know? In the middle of the night, in the forest and the swamp. Holland responded. I mean, can't you say that about any piece of media? Like, a lot of things try to make you feel things about the subject. But there is a crucial difference here. The government isn't just saying this piece of media is trying to make you feel something. No, no, no. This movie is trying to make you feel sad and is trying to make us look bad. That is what the government is saying. This film is trying to make us look bad. And of course it would, because you're horrible, because you're monsters. Holland responded by saying that the government is afraid of her film's depiction of the crisis, which I fully agree with. They're trying to eliminate art and history at the same time. It's not history, that's the painful thing, Shai Hulud. It's current events. It is not history. No, 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 no. Don't be mistaken. This is a current crisis. This is current day, so to speak. This is happening now. This is a movie about what's happening right now on the border. So it is especially, the government is especially incentivized to criticize and try to silence the creator and the movie. She called Jobro's comments defamation and announced that she would be pursuing legal action for the same and for hate speech, unless she received an apology within 7 days. Holland's comments did nothing to dissuade further criticism from government figures. Stanisław Żaryn, Secretary of State at the Chancellery of the Prime Minister of Poland and government plenipotentiary. Plenipotentiary. Sorry. Homeostatic. We'll get rid of this in post. Plenipotentiary for the security of information space claimed that the film was repeating narratives presented in Russian and Belarusian propaganda. And this is actually a very, very dangerous line, okay? Because you can take any horrible behavior by the Polish government, and anyone who criticizes it, the government can just dismiss as a Russian shell. You can see the danger in that, considering the climate, the international climate right now. That said, Belarusian propaganda was delighted by the film, and that the film was falsely painting Poland as condemning refugees to die. There you go. See? That is the government's line, that the Belarusian propaganda was delighted by the film, and that the film was falsely painting Poland as condemning refugees to die, which is true. You know? Reds are my friends today. I think they are. It's okay. I think it's fine. I think it's a, I think it's a fair mistake to make. So any criticism becomes propaganda of Belarus and Russia. Poland could do no wrong. Yes. We're going to look at it next. While Minister of Science and Higher Education Przemysław Czarnek, a horrible figure in his own right, sarcastically thanked Holland for making the film and called it yet another phase of spitting on everyone who risked their lives and limb to guard the border 24 hours a day. Respect the uniform. Lick that boot. Respect the uniform. He is evil. And yet another example of what that side represented by Gazeta Wyborcza. Gazeta Wyborcza is basically a newspaper that is opposed to the government, because the government is breaking democracy openly. Supposedly thought of Poland's uniformed services. Marcin Przydacz, head of the International Policy Bureau of the Chancellery of the President, said, "It was obvious from the beginning that the film would present a biased view of the border crisis." By the way, this attempted to drive a conflict between border guards and people who wish to help or wishing to help the refugees was there in Hungary too. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all that Poland is just eating up all the past lessons that can be learned from Hungary. They intentionally, I suppose, under-equipped border guards to create a political conflict at the very least provisions. So often the border guards had almost the same shitty food as refugees themselves. So well, Poland has added a very big innovation to this formula. Polish government forbade the refugees from getting any food at all. So that's like innovation in the system. Border guard. While the Polish border guard proper has yet to publicly address the film, a trade union representing members of the border guard's Nadwisle division published a press release entitled "Green Border. Only swine go to the cinema." Polish. Zielona granice. Tylko świnie siedzą w kinie. It's more of a rhymey thing in Polish. I've actually already heard this. Tylko świnie siedzą w kinie. It's a special situation due to the war escalated. Sadly, the EU are not as critical now, unlike how they were at yeah, they are not. They absolutely are not. In which they lambasted the film as, among other things, being a scandalous anti-Polish film that glorifies the pathological phenomenon of illegal immigration and slandering Poles who were patrolling the Belarusian-Polish border as soulless guard dogs of an oppressive regime. Accurate. Accurate. I'm sorry, accurate. And claimed that to distribute the film was to incur disgrace and the deepest contempt. And of course, I'm not gonna even... There's a big racism element to this as well, of course. Probably, yeah. Review bombing. It won awards as well, by the way. It won quite a lot of awards. In the weeks leading up to the film's release, pro-government and nationalist individuals organized a review bombing campaign on FilmWeb. Out of 78 ratings on the site as of 6 September 2023, the average score was just 2.0 out of possible 10. This was in stark contrast to the film's approval rating of what was then 88% on Rotten Tomatoes, as well as a review by FilmWeb's own critic, Jakub Popielecki, who gave 8 out of 10. Comments and forum posts on FilmWeb's page for the film acted as an extension of the campaign, with one of the more popular posts calling for a boycott of what the post's author deemed to be anti-Polish trash. Many posts also directed strongly worded criticism or indeed invective at Holland and at the film's cast. As with the comments by public officials, the campaign was based mostly on promotional materials rather than the film itself. As of 11 September, the film was rated by over 5,500 users and had an average score of 2.5 out of 10. At a later point, this fell to 2.3 out of 10. FilmWeb's deputy editor-in-chief Łukasz Muszyński said that the situation surrounding the rating was unprecedented, and that while the site's users do occasionally leave ratings that are not based on a film's artistic merit, this phenomenon was being taken to an extreme with regards to Green Border. Muszyński said that FilmWeb was monitoring the situation and that in addition to general moderation of users' comments, it had disabled comments on news about the film and on professional critics' reviews. In the latter case, he noted that the comments did not express an opinion so much as they consisted purely of invective. Muszyński said that user ratings were an integral part of FilmWeb and similar websites, and so the ability to rate the film would be left in place. But the film's page was later modified to only display ratings based on professional critics' opinion on the film, with these producing an average score of 7.6 out of 10. So here we are. And now I'm gonna show you what the Green Border is, so that you know what we are actually talking about. Green Border. Green Border is a weakly protected section of the national border. The term Green Border comes from the area covered with vegetation. Green borders are usually forests, thickets, and meadows, often with varied terrain. The act of illegal crossing to the green border is associated with the phenomenon of smuggling goods and persons of a criminal nature, but it has sometimes also been politically motivated. Green borders are and have been crossed by participants of the political activists illegally operating in their countries to contact with foreign collaborators, allies, emigrants, and the like, or to emigrate and seek refuge. Green borders exist within the European Union as the state borders internal to the European Union crossed by tourists outside the area or foreign border crossings after the Schengen Agreement became effective crossing borders between countries where the agreement applies is allowed at every section of the border. Article 22 of the Schengen Borders Code mentioned this. Only persons without EU citizenship who do not have a visa to enter the whole territory are excluded from this regulation. So yeah. So far so good, right? We have this whole crisis. We've had a whole movie dedicated to the crisis. We know how the government acts in the face of the crisis. So, what news could be brought to this whole affair? What news could be brought to this whole affair? We might as well watch a clip before I bring you the news. And now the news. Don't touch that dial. Oh my gosh, the wrong thing. English subs as well. Nice. Is this Poland? Might as well. No, it's not Poland. Oh? Where are the subs? Where are the subs? Belarus.
$300 now.
شو عم بده $300 هذا عم يقول
$300 говорю.
No dollar, no dollar. وسام دفع له كل شيء ما
Sir, please don't get angry. I give you 300 euros. It's more than dollars, okay?
Все,
شو там у нас؟
да нормально все. Come on, come on.
Wait.
This is the reality.
وسام دفع له كل شيء يا اخي ليش عم تدفع له؟
هلا اعطيه خلينا نخلص من هاي القصة شو بعمل لون؟ عصبي اتصل
Wait here.
يس
وصلنا على السويد؟
لا حبيبي لسه
اسأله هو قال لي انه دفع كل شيء.
اتصل باخوك
بعرف هذا الحكي
ماما بدي اشتري تحتي.
ايه حبيبتي يلا هلا بنلاقي حمنا.
انا كمان بدي بس
شو
ما عندي.
بصير؟
ما في تغطية
ما في تغطية
جرب انت عمي.
Damn.
شو هاد؟ What is it? What's going on?
شو هاد؟
شوف.
Rania.
State border?
граница, граница, выходим, выходим, давай, давай.
You see? So we saw this. Okay? And now for me to and now the new what else can you do at that point? So As it turns out, that with all of the context here, with everything that's been going on, with all of the refugees that have been suffering and dying on the border, the Polish government has been selling work visas to people with the cooperation of the Belarusian government for $5,000, give or take. The Polish government has been selling work visas for people for $5,000. We're gonna take a look at an article that from a physical newspaper, something that is not a frequent view, a frequent sight nowadays. Now we get to the current day news. Current day news. This is yesterday's paper. This is the yesterday's paper. Rao knew it. The chief of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Zbigniew Rao, has been informed several times about issuing Polish working visas in exchange for, I'm gonna want to use the most accurate word possible. I'm gonna translate that for a tribute or an extortion fee. I think that works better. For an extortion fee. Okay? And then once again, like the mafia, basically. Wyborcza, the newspaper, has uncovered that the now fired, or rather, that the recently fired, with an immediate effect, Vice Chief of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Piotr Wawrzyk, was a scapegoat of a visa scandal. And that the chief of the ministry, Zbigniew Rao, number one on the election list of Law and Justice Party in the city of Łódź, so people will be able to vote for him next month. He's running in the election. Also knew that Polish working visas are given to people that pay for it up to even $5,000. And now it says the Ukrainians sound the alarm. after our text, after our published text, the politicians of KO, which is the opposition party, Koalicja Obywatelska, you know? They run the opposition. They are probably the group that I'll be voting for. So the politicians from KO, the People's Coalition, Michał Szczebra and Dariusz Joński have done a they've sort of held a conference in light, or rather they held a conference at the site of the center that issues visas, which was opened with big fanfare by Rao. It was opened with great fanfare, the office that issues visas, by the chief of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This center, as the opposition politicians stress, during the last 2.5 years, was supposed to bring 2 million migrants for work. Thank you, Sophie, and hello. Welcome to the stream. So this office was supposed to bring 2 million migrants for work. Today, its offices are empty. Today, the rooms of this office are empty. Joński and Szczebra showed documents that confirm that Rao, once again the chief of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, was informed about the irregularities. And for example, within India, a Polish visa, which is at the same time a Schengen visa, costs 15,000 rupee, which translates to 2.6 thousand zlotys, just to be placed on a list to wait to be able to get the document. So I'm gonna give you the value in dollars, okay? Just to get on the waiting list for the visa, you pay $596.57 just to get on the list, the waiting list. You pay close to $600 to get on the list. Okay? That's just the beginning. The newspaper also knows.
Oh, Barry!
Thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs for Bill Portley, Sophie, Wolf Sphinx, Ikran, Noel. Thank you. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you. But yes. So this is just the beginning. It could be interesting if Boy Meets Mini was here. You really need a streamer layout. Wait, what's wrong with my layout? It's like books. Or what do you mean? Do you mean like a graphics on screen, or what do you mean? I don't know what you mean. Okay, never mind. For now, let's continue, as the topic is quite serious and we still have a bit to go, okay? As you can see, the name Crisis on the Border is pretty accurate. So, the newspaper also knows that the document about the irregularities with issuing of the visas was sent to Rao, the chief of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, by the Confederation Leviathan. And companies belonging to the Leviathan Confederation had problems with getting foreign workers because those who paid the fee were put as first. They were given priority. Those who paid this fine. All right? We were able to also find out that in May 2000, well, the newspaper uses a harsher word. The newspaper uses the word haraj, which means extortion, an extortion fee. So I guess an extortion fee would be more apt. We've also managed to figure out or learn that in May 2022, there was a huge scandal in Uganda. With an intervention to the embassy that is in that country. In Nairobi, Kenya, Dr. Bruce Kfikriza came to the embassy. He represented 200 abused people, I guess. Yeah. I'm gonna try to translate this word as much as I can. Don't worry, Somiostatic will fix it in post, as always. Wronged. Okay, wronged people. There you go. That's a pretty okay word. He represented, Dr. Bruce Firikiza represented 200 wronged people who accused the Polish government of tolerating mass robbery. That is in Uganda. Okay? Before we move forward, we're going to read Sophie's comment on the issue. What I find sad and I suppose ironic is that the way Polish and other EU immigrants are portrayed in the UK was a significant factor in the Brexit vote. Like Polish people, Romanians, Bulgarians, etc., were shown as both lazy but taking all our jobs and essentially a parasite. And then on the border, EU countries that are often looked down on will in turn place the bigotry and cruel onto others. True. But of course, there's also more, because the Polish government will also try to make money on desperate people that want to work. So, in Uganda, Dr. Bruce Kwikriza created a huge scandal accusing the Polish government of accepting or for tolerating or enabling scamming or robbing people just to be granted entry into the system of electronic registration of your entry of your entry paper. No, not entry paper. Oh my gosh. Application. That's the word. Application. So just to be entered into the electronic system of registry of your application, you have to go from middle person, through a person that will sort of get you into the system, and you have to pay them $310. Then you have to pay twice $80 each. So that's the cost of the visa. But that is not the end of extortion fees. One of the women who were wronged has spent on various fees over $4,000. And in the end, it turned out that none of them got a visa. Imagine paying $4,000 to get a visa and not get one. To Poland through Belarus. To get to Poland from an African country. Yes. To get to Poland from an African country, you can get there through Minsk. What enables it is a company that takes care of the visas there. We are dealing with an absurd situation and, in addition, absolutely immoral situation. The Polish government is holding families with children under barbed wire on the border. And we've been discussing this whole segment, how the Polish government treats refugees on the border and how the Polish government looks at any negative portrayal of said treatment. So the Polish government holds people, families with children on the border with barbed wires, and at the same time, migrants can use a service. On the other hand, migrants can use a service and fly comfortably to Warsaw, says politician Szczerba to the newspaper, an opposition politician, just so you know. The politician from the opposition party. Before we move on, we're going to read a comment. And this situation in the EU isn't unusual. This happens throughout the developed world when it comes to the treatment of migrants and refugees. Australia has an entire island where it detains refugees, including children, and for years there has been report of mistreatment and even serious abuse of the children. Gangs will also often extort desperate and impoverished people by promising them jobs and passports in AE's, the EU and UK. Yeah, but you have to remember what we're talking about here. The Polish government is not just mistreating people on the border, it's also extorting huge amounts of money for visas from people. You have two pillars to this whole story. One is the mistreatment of people on the border, letting them die, quite frankly, on the border. And two, extorting huge amounts of money of those who can pay to get to Poland. Two pillars of this gigantic Polish-Belarusian border crisis situation. This is why I've been saying for a long time that we need to talk about this, and we need to make a huge stink out of things like this. And I sure wish I could get a bigger streamer to pick this up, you know, to talk about this, to talk about what's going on here, because this is a part of a much broader problem. Just this is a small part of a huge international problem with how refugees are treated. And this has been described as a form of proto-genocide, a system which has all the cogs and system in place to enact genocide, but we're not exactly quite at the stage of genocide yet. But the person who used the language of proto-genocide said that in his opinion, this problem will only get worse and that it will inch its way into a proper genocide, potentially. Oh, we continue reading. According to the documents which were given to the politicians of the opposition party, in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Poland, in case of issuing visas in Belarus, used a third-party company, VFS BIA. In other words, the Belarusian wing of the company VFS Global. Joński and Szczerba, the opposition politicians, stress that this company cooperates with the government of Belarus, and now we're getting there. The company, the third-party company that issues visas to Poland, cooperates with the government that is responsible for the whole border crisis. Do you see how the whole Polish government, or that sort of picture falls apart? Do you see how it all falls apart? Do you know what one of the big criticisms of Holland's movie about the Belarusian border was? That she's depicting Poland as evil and that she's buying into the Belarusian propaganda. The third party company that you're using is cooperating with Belarus, with the government. It's a system designed to dehumanize some of the most desperate and vulnerable people in the world. Yes, correct. Absolutely correct. As Sterba, the opposition politician, I have to repeat this again and again because I know that Polish surnames can just sound like a, that Polish surnames can sound foreign enough that you might not actually know who is who, So I'll be saying each time that this person is from the government, this person is from the opposition party, opposed to the government, etc. I hope it doesn't sound like annoying. So, as informed by Sterba to the newspaper, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs claims that through Minsk it has brought to Poland from Africa 330 people. The politicians of the opposition party are analyzing data from other countries. I think Polish naming sounds like a nice language when I read it and hear the people in my town speak it, but I haven't got to grips with it at all. Well, it can be difficult. It is fair to say that it can be a bit difficult. VVS Global has a couple of deals with Polish. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. For some reason I'm running out of words. Okay, I'll use that. With Polish institutions. With Polish institutions, diplomatic institutions, or diplomatic offices, I guess would be a better way to put it, to take care of the visa system along different countries in India. As claimed by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, third-party companies do not make decisions about granting visas to enter Poland, and explains that other countries use a similar system. Also, VVS Global has officially stated that it only takes care of preparing documents, visa documents, and does not organize leaving the territory of Belarus. Our informants from the resort of diplomacy say that for the longest time it was known that the ministry is losing control over the system. And nobody is able to tell today how many temporary workers have left the Schengen area. According to our information about the flood of migrants with Polish visas, where according to our information, we were told about the flow in of migrants with Polish visas from Germany and Germany. Okay, we were. My goodness, I'm running a blank. Sweden and Germany has informed us of the flood of the migrants with Polish visas. There we go. And the rest we can read on page 6. So what do you think so far? What are your thoughts? What are your opinions on this? What are your opinions on this situation? I would like to hear from the audience. And then we will finish up the segment with this small continuation of the article. Whoever wrote this is pretty outspoken. Oh, this is how things work in Poland when it comes to. This is actually pretty. This is not written out of the ordinary when it comes to delivering news in Poland. Maybe an ignorant question, but are Polish visas separate from EU Schengen visas? No. When you get a Polish visa, it is a Schengen visa, which is why people are willing to pay $5,000 to get it. People would probably not be as willing to just pay $5,000 for a visa that just allows you to go to Poland, but it is a Schengen visa at the same time. So the Polish government milks that to the limit. I don't think it's an ignorant question. I think it's a pretty fair question. After all, Poland is part of the EU. So if you get a document in Poland, you're also able to travel in. That's somehow even more evil. Yeah. The chief of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Zbigniew Rau, was informed many times about issuing visas, working visas, in exchange for a. Keep forgetting the word. I'm really sorry. My brain is bad today. Extortion fee. Oh my god, I remembered before checking. The extortion fee. Don't worry, it will be fixed in post somehow with magic of editing. So, it was informed about the issuing of working visas in exchange for the word that I just had a second ago. Extortion fee. Oh my god. That is so sad. I apologize. I really apologize. Essentially just mugging people fleeing war, oppression, and extreme poor. Yes. Yes. Correct. Correct. Now we get it. Not just that. At the same time, trapping a number of people on the border to die. So you have again 2 pillars. Law and Justice Party in the current campaign, because I will remind you. Wait, the stream is dead? That's impossible. Okay, oh my god, I got so scared for a second. Okay. That also is going to be cut out in post. I trust you, some new static. For a second, I thought I was got by the government or something. The stream was sniped by the Polish government. It's okay. As long as it's not actually dead, I'm happy with the result. If it was dead, I'd be nervous. Hello, Lily Ten Shoes. Welcome back. So, because we are right now in the middle of an election campaign, just so you know, next month we will be voting here in Poland to decide what the new government will look like and how far right or how far left the new government will be. So as the newspaper says, something a bit of a relic of an old age, but I think it's sometimes useful to have like things printed out for you, you know, in a convenient thing. So I think in that way, actually newspapers actually serve a good function, at least for someone like me that wants to talk about a thing, and I have an article in a printed form, which is convenient to just hold in my hand and, you know. But anyway, Law and Justice Party in the current campaign. Oh, that is another important aspect that I completely overlooked. I forgot about this, and the article reminded me about it. This whole segment is just getting bigger and bigger because I forgot about a huge thing, about a huge aspect. We're about to talk about it because the article for a blessing is about to talk about it as well. So, the government, the Law and Justice Party, is fear-mongering about refugees as a part of its current election campaign strategy. It tries to fearmonger to Polish people about riots, about rape, and that it's all provoked by migrants. And that Poland might be a big migrant trail. That Poland might just be a trail through which a huge amount of migrants would just pass, and along the way they would rape, they would plunder, they would riot. That's, I guess, the third pillar. Because, believe it or not, on the same day as the voting, Polish people will also take part in a referendum. And I'm going to find the referendum. We're going to find the questions to the referendum. That's good. Just for you, I'm going to translate them all. Because they are very interesting. Okay, this is the referendum that we'll be looking at, along with the questions. We're going to take a look at it because it's also part of the election campaign. This referendum, which people, and yes, I will simply refuse to take part in this referendum.
Uważam, no powiedziałem, pytania są tak porażające, jest taki ich poziom,
Oh my gosh,
że no wstydziłbym
I don't want. We don't need to hear you, okay? But yes, this person just said that the questions are just embarrassing and horrible. That he would be ashamed to ask such questions. That is what the person basically said, literally. The person said that the questions are just embarrassing, an embarrassment, that he'd be ashamed to ask such questions. The referendum created by the government. Question number 1: do you sort of? Oh my gosh. Do you support selling of the national wealth to foreign agents? Are you in support of selling the national wealth to foreign agents, which would lead to the loss of control of Polish people over crucial sectors of the economy? Are you in favor of selling out Polish wealth so that Polish people would lose control over the crucial portions of the economy? Well, are you? Yeah, my mom actually made a whole joke about this, you know? My mom always brings up a sarcastic question that the government should just straight up ask, do you think the government should do you think the government should steal? Oh my goodness. Okay, next question, number 2. Question number 2. Do you support the do you increase of upping the age of going to retirement to 67 years for men and women? Do you support the upping the age of going to retirement to 67 years for men and women? That one's not exactly about refugees. And the retirement age is a whole... We might do a segment on that. That's a whole other thing. There's actually context to that. Let's forget about that now. Like the whole retirement age thing it's a whole thing. It is a whole thing. There is a reason why they ask that, but it's not related to it's not related to our current topic, but we will talk about it at some point. Probably before the election. I will make a segment about it. Do you support the liquidation of the barrier on the border between Poland and Belarus? So when you finish this, I have to talk about the border issue of this questionnaire. So read this after. Okay. 4. And this is very important. This is the most important question to what we're talking about. 4. Do you support accepting thousands of illegal immigrants from Middle East and Africa according to the enforced mechanism of relocation thrusted at us by European bureaucracy? Which is actually interesting because this is actually very interesting. I will explain to you why this question is interesting and why this whole referendum is a scam. This referendum is a scam, okay? And I will explain why after I read what Karasu has to say. First, this is a practice Orban introduced years ago named it National Consultation, Direct Translation. Yes. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. So a referendum, a public poll. It is a manipulative style. It is just as manipulative as this one, of course. Populist and replaced a referendum. Yes, actually many opposition politicians have literally said that this referendum has been lifted from Hungary. Lifted, okay? Many people who oppose the government has actually said this is just a tactic that's lifted wholesale from Hungary. Yeah, I've heard that from politicians that are in the opposition. A populist replace referendum. Referendums are made by people. Any government had to accept. They are made by the government. Now why is this a way border issue? Is because broader issues because there is a push in the new right to introduce these techniques as a democratic tool. Yes, correct. But there's also a very specific Polish context to this, okay? You might not know this. Many people don't know this. I will tell you a little bit of a secret, an open secret, because the newspapers have talked about it openly. You will see that the US new intellectual elite, if people familiar to eudaimonia, his circle, he has academic friends, wants this. Okay. There's an extra element of manipulation to this. Do you know why? The 4th question. Do you support accepting thousands of immigrants according to a forced mechanism of relocations given to us through European bureaucracy? People on the Cathedral server, there is also newspaper link about this. It's a global model, thus this is the new right. Correct. There is an extra Polish element to this referendum. So, as you may know, Poland has accepted millions of refugees from Ukraine. And that means I might look into it for next time. But as far as newspapers reported it, Poland has actually met a significant quota for refugees through Ukraine, which means Poland is actually not required to accept refugees to Poland proper. Do you see what I mean now? Poland can actually say to the European Union, we've met the quota of refugees. We don't need to accept any more refugees. And it would be true. They don't have to. which means that this referendum is a scam. Because the question says, do you support us being forced through European bureaucracy to accept refugees or migrants? Do you accept us being forced by the European Union to accept people? In which case, the Polish government can now turn around and say, we are the only ones, we are the brave government that is willing to stand up to the European Union to protect your interests. If you say you do not support this horrible thing happening that the European Union is trying to force us to do, who, if not us, are going to be the ones to protect you from this? Yep. The issue here is that they cannot enter anywhere else. These questions, almost exactly the way as Orban did in around 16-17, attacking European Union too. Same thing as Orban, yep. Yeah. And as I've said before, there are many Polish opposition politicians that are against the government, who said on the news, on TV, and in the newspapers that the Polish government is simply lifting strategies from Hungary, from Orban. So I'm glad to see confirmation from Karasu about this topic. And you can now see why this is an important topic, because this is not just about Poland. You know? Like, just the fact that you have people from Asia and Africa makes it a lot bigger issue. But there's also the fact that many other countries are following this model of Hungary. You know? And it's becoming a big international problem. A huge humanitarian crisis that is just getting worse and worse and worse and worse. There's a reason why the word proto-genocide is being thrown around by experts, by people who have dedicated their lives to study this, to help people, who try to raise awareness, to try to do something about it. And I really think that people bigger than me should pick this topic up and to talk about this a lot, frankly. This should be talked about a lot by a lot bigger people than me. You know? This should be talked about everywhere, at all times, and not just about Poland. There's the topic which Karasu talks about as well that we should cover, about how the UK treats its refugees and immigrants. And there's a whole other list of countries. We have talked about this topic with Boy Meets Mini, about how refugees from India sort of get roped into a whole system. Is there a growing anti-EU movement in Poland? Yes. Yes, there is. Together with Hungary, while we're at it. To the point where it might even want to leave the Union. Well, there is actually a risk, but my big hope is that this government is going to be voted out in 1 month, okay? That is my sincere hope. That this government is going to go bye-bye in 1 month. We're going to have a pretty important election very soon. I certainly am going to take part in it. We should bully Vosh into talking about it. Maybe we should write an email or something. But, and actually people are really taking these elections very seriously. I went to the store today, or was it yesterday? And the lady at the store was like, you, who are you voting for? I was like, against the current party. And she was like, yeah, hell yeah, good, very good. And the lady working at the store was like, see, I told you no young person would vote for the current government. I told you all the young people would just vote against the current government. And the lady was just like, yeah, good, nice. And then the lady was still buying some stuff, was paying for her stuff, you know? A lady was buying something and she looked at me, was like, nice, nice. You know? That was funny, but also nice. Nice. But yeah. But this matters to Americans or anywhere else because this will be the new model of governance, pretending that there is a democracy and popular support. This is the liberal democracy model Brooks, who died from Majority Report, warned. Good to hear people like that in Poland. By the time Orban was in power, people afraid to tell who they are voting for. Yeah. And my God, I really, really, like, my mom told me if the current government wins again, we're selling anything we own and we're just leaving. We're out of here if the government wins. We're just gone. Wherever we can go. Wherever my mom could sort of feel good. You know, the current party is very unpopular with younger people. Right, yeah. Because there was very aggressive campaign in 2002, break up friendships and families, telling whoever not voting for Orban are not Hungarian. That was in 2002, yeah. Poland is doing a similar thing right now, by the way. Okay, we're going to finish up the article. This is this segment just keeps growing and growing. Just keeps growing and growing. Okay, I forgot what the name of the month is. My God, I feel so embarrassed. June. Okay, June. In June 2023, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs have prepared a project of a law that would make it easier to get a visa, and it broadened the rules, the simplified rules, to 21 countries, and it gave the reins to third-party companies. And what the opposition party was able to gather from documents they got their hands on, among people lobbying for the simplifications where the Ministry of Agriculture, with the fired a few months ago Henryk Kowalczyk spearheading it. It was about getting seasonal workers that were supposed to work the fields. Kowalczyk delegated Vice Minister Lech Kołakowski to take care of this. The newspaper has uncovered that the building of the ministry has been visited by the CBA, which is the Central Anti-Corruption Bureau. Okay? The ministry was recently visited by the Central Anti-Corruption Bureau. And Vice Minister Piotr Wawrzyk lost his spot on the election list. From that moment on, he disappeared and does not answer any attempts to contact him, and does not appear anywhere. Our informants explain that he became a scapegoat to cover for Rao, the chief of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and that if Law and Justice win the current election, he will be rewarded. Because two times the Bureau for Individual Affairs, or the affairs of personnel of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Department of Consular Affairs conducted an inspection in the consulate of Abuja in Nigeria, and has alarmed Rao about things being wrong, and that the system is being blocked, and that there is a necessity for middle people to pay for visas. On Thursday, on the main police precinct, the politicians of the opposition party, Marcin Kierowinski, Jan Grabiec, and Cezary Tomczyk, were trying to see the documents of police officers that would tie those middle people from Western countries, when it comes to the flowing of the migrants. And they received a short response. And that's it when it comes to the topic for now, especially regarding its social policies for issues like abortion, even though the anti-abortion movement in Poland is well funded and has propaganda tentacles everywhere. Yeah, well, women will never be happy with an abortion ban of damaged fetuses. That's not happening. And so the term women's hell was coined, and a huge women's protest. So what do you think? Do you think this was informative? Do you think this was useful? Do you think this was something we should be looking back into in the future? Should I give you my review of the Agnieszka Holland movie after I see it? Those are all important questions that I pose to you, the audience. Also, please press those bells, likes, and all the other things that keep the channel afloat. That will allow for the channel to reach that 1,000 sub mark threshold. I think that was a pretty good segment. I believe we have discussed some very important things. I'm very glad that Karasu was able to be here for it to give very important context as always. Hello, Maya. Mayor. It's gonna end up being a whole project, isn't it? Well, we'll see if the government is not gonna be elected out in 1 month. But yeah, that is still, even if the current government is gone, this is gonna be a big thing to talk about, because we don't even know what the new government's policy when it comes to this will be. So I always appreciate your political and history segments. You go into a lot of that. Thank you. We have a few other topics to discuss today. We should take a break with a video game. We need a break. Don't we need a break? A little bit. Wait, I have to. Oh my god, the phone died. I'll be right back. I'll go to the toilet. I'll go connect. What game? You write in the chat what game. Okay, we have choices. The Currency of Stars, Final Fantasy 16. I'm gonna give you 1 or 2 more options. So Sea of Stars, FF14, Final Fantasy Tactics, or Resident Evil 3 from Zero, I guess. Drakengard, yes, that's an option as well. Correct. Oh yeah, Drakengard. So Drakengard is also on the list. Write in the chat, and I'll be right back to listen to your voices. PRP. Drakengard is an option, definitely. Especially since we have not lost the save to Drakengard. Oh my goodness. Okay. So we want what do you nobody voted. Come on, gigglers. Oh my god. Instead of voting, everybody just left. People saw the best segment and just then left. I need your votes and opinions. I need to cough. My goodness. Vote, chat. Guilty Gear. Okay, I just saw people voting for Guilty Gear. I'm fine with that. Also, we need to save game in this game. Where's the save? We're gonna save the game. This game has been voted out, so that means we have to save and leave this game. So is it Guilty Gear? Is everybody okay with Guilty Girl? The game Guilty Girl? Where's the save book? Oh my gosh, there's no save. Oh wait, no, there is a save book. Never mind. Whew. No one else wants to give 3 cents? There you go, save point. Drakengard. Okay, now it's a tie. I need a tiebreaker between Guilty Gear and Drakengard. I need a tiebreaker. Without a tiebreaker, it's a never-ending tie. I like games that I have walk animations. Drakengard. Okay, Drakengard, yes. Drakengard. It's been a long time. I already suffered for trying to defeat the boss. So we might be in trouble. We might be in trouble, gigglers. Wait, hold on. When I was not home, somebody just... Wait, what happened? How did that
Square
happen?
Enix.
Wait, I have to turn on Drakengard first of all, somehow. Somebody... When I was not home yesterday, somebody pledged on Patreon. Wait, let me check. One moment, gigglers. Also, I don't remember the controls. Two notifications. Wow. Hello, gigglers. Okay, I have to write back. Serious talk, we need to... Okay. Breaking the fourth wall. So static. We need to have a meeting about Patreon and how we make it cool for people. Wow, thanks. Thank you for the Patreon of $5 Thank you. That means a lot. Okay. Time to readjust to the flying controls. That's right. Who is this fairy? I don't even know who that is. It's like a fairy from Peter Pan. Don't see this chat on screen. I think I know why. One moment. There you go. You're back. You're back. Forever. God damn it. Can you remind me the controls? Which I don't remember. This game looks pretty good, actually.
The myths come alive.
You don't remember?
I cannot go further.
Coward.
It is a terrible thing to battle the sacred dragon. Let go! You cannot warn me now. Damn fool. I will regret making a pact with a mad fool who believes in neither good nor evil. Mighty dragon, you will regret challenging fools such as me.
How do you play this game? How do you play this game? This boss is so cheap.
Dragon challenges dragon? What senseless creatures we have become.
True. Bald man who used to be proud of his hair. True, or word were not being spoken. I guess. How do you turn around? Now I've lost the plot completely. Isn't there a way to quickly turn around? Oh. This is gonna take me like 10 years to beat, isn't that well? Won't it? How did that hit me?
What bond ties you and the dragon? What power spurs the dragon on?
Hatred. How do you use this special? Wait, how do you use the special again? That's right, it's the triangle. The love triangle. I'm losing HP faster. Than the enemy.
Is the worm so weak?
Are you talking about us? We are losing, lady. Oh. Now that explains a lot. Fights in this game are too long. I swear. It's annoying. This game is not super powerful. How can it slow down? Oh my god, we still have to play the second Drakengard game already. At least Nier Automata is not made to be frustrating. Silver lining. Can someone change the title of the stream to Drakengard? And by someone I mean you, Somyostatic. Oh, I just wasted the special, didn't I? Oh my god. This is so ridiculous. This is ridiculous. I should just cheat or something. Oh, thank you. I don't know, we should cheat somehow. I mean, there is a way for us to cheat, technically speaking. We can still choose the coward's way out and select the game on easy or something. This boss really makes me wanna switch the difficulty to easy from normal. I don't wanna spend an eternity on this one game. Does changing the difficulty block any of the endings for me? How did that hit me? Hey, that's just ridiculous. I'm gonna be raging. Nobody's responding. When? Later when? Okay, we can change it. I don't think you can get any weapons in this fight, okay? Right? Okay, we're changing the difficulty. I don't care. No. Yes. We're changing the difficulty. At least for this boss. Are there any weapons in this boss? None of the boss fights require normal. Good. We're doing easy. How do I change? How do I change the... How do I change the difficulty? Do I have to go to the main menu? Do I have to do it from the title screen? What the hell? Easy. Easy! There we go. Easy does it. Save. Yes. Yes, please. Load game. Yes. I don't know. Maybe. Okay, now we're gonna destroy this boss. I hope it will make a difference. At least Connor is not here to witness this travesty of gameplay. Okay.
The myths come alive.
True. They do. True. I don't care. I'm a coward.
I cannot Go,
I'm a
Father.
damsel in
The
distress.
world, it is a terrible thing to battle the sacred dragon. Let go!
The dragon does not look sacred to me.
I will regret making a pact with a mad fool who believes in neither good nor evil. Mighty dragon,
Okay, there's a visible difference, okay, in how much the boss loses health. That's better. Oh my gosh. Now that's more like it. That actually feels more normal than anything. Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. Easy mode all the way.
Dragon challenges dragon? What senseless creatures we have become.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. True, it does. Oh my gosh. Now that's more like it. Oh my gosh. Like, I want to beat this game 100%. Okay? I don't have time to get stuck on a boss. We have to gather all of the weapons. I like challenging games, not tedious games, okay? There we go. One day I will beat it on normal, but for now, no. True, I'm invincible. Let's finish this.
Nonsense. We remain mere fools.
I actually got this on normal. I think I almost managed to beat this boss on normal once. I know I got this far, I remember that text. Oh, Nier. Okay. We're gonna play the whole series, so... We're gonna play the remake of Nier. Gestalt. Got him.
I thank you, Kaim. I have become far stronger than I ever imagined.
True. Thanks to easy mode. Also, I think Old Man Year is canon in English. In Japanese. No, wait. It's Old Man in Japanese, isn't it? I don't remember which is which anymore. Was it father in Japanese or in English? Was it brother? I don't remember. Okay, Old Man was English. Guess we're gonna get the Old Man experience then, because I'm gonna play the Steam version. I'm pretty sure it's the Old Man. The dragon has never felt anything but scorn for mankind, but as she flies, she begins to feel strange new emotions for this man called Kaim. Now they fly to the city of Manak to revenge. Now I can just select normal again.
Nothing is stronger than we are now. Let nothing that values life stand before us.
Do you get any weapons here? Should I go to the main menu? Oh, in the remake we get Young Year. Interesting. Then maybe I should play both versions. That's interesting. Maybe we should play both, if that's the case. Good thing you told me. We're gonna have to play both now. I don't care. And neither do you. Okay, should I just go to the main menu again now? Did we save? Were we able to save? Yes, please check. Please check. Please, please, please check.
Fools! You have no power against us.
True.
This is the heart of the Empire. Can any human survive in such a place?
Yes, I can.
It is nothing. It is you who should take care, Kaim.
Consort with the game facts. I wonder. I don't think any aerial missions need to be normal at all. Good. Good. Good to know. Perfect. Okay, I get it. Question is, do time trials need to be played on normal?
A frightful city. What horrors does humanity create?
Beyond your wildest imagination. I think we can also level up the dragon a lot more. I'm not sure, actually. Okay, let's do that when we get there. Let's cross that bridge when we, you know. If that makes sense. Let's cross that bridge when we get there. All right. All right. Ride wife, life good. True, TK. Are you a big Drakengard connoisseur yourself?
Now, into the enemy lair. The final battle begins.
Pro. We save game. And then we turn it back to normal. Hopefully. Okay, now we can... Yeah, now we can go back and... I'm not gonna do not air battles on easy. I have my pride. Connor! Oh no! Now I really need to.
This voice, the wellspring of the evilness in the temple before you.
Okay, it's a flying mission. I don't care. We're doing it on No! It's not a flying mission. Can I get off? If I can get off... How do I get off? How do you get off? I don't remember. Okay, you can get off. We're going to the... Okay, now we need to do it on normal. Non-flying missions I will do on normal. Kill me. Connor is here. I cannot play on normal. I cannot play on easy anymore. Connor is here. Connor will laugh at me.
The enemy fights fiercely. Can you get through unharmed?
No, actually. I plan to go very hard. Listen, our plan is to get all of the endings. I'm just getting the normal standard ending now. Game over. Continue? No. Heck no. Yeah. Is A the standard ending? I genuinely don't know. don't know. I actually don't know. But we gotta get them all, that's for sure. Oh, so you cannot skip any endings, right? You cannot just miss any endings, right? You have to get them all. You cannot just get A and E and miss all in the in-between, right? Okay. We need to get them all. Wait, there's... I thought I was at the end. What's happening? What ending am I getting? No, you can't. Wait, Connor says I can't. And Maya Meyer says that I can. Can or can I not?
This voice, the wellspring of the evil, is in a temple before you.
I forgot how to play this game.
Hesitate not. Our only path lies forward.
Okay. I think I must use a different weapon. Now that's better. Using a level 1 weak weapon in a late game is very... Why it's a very cheeky idea, I think it's a bad idea. The only end it's supposed to miss is the series are ending Y in Nier Automata, I believe. But Drakengard unlocks each ending behind the previous one, so one A unlocks B, unlocks C. Oh.
The enemy fights fiercely. Can you get through unharmed?
No. What is this stupid question that you're asking me? Are you serious? How do you turn on the map? What is the map? Wait, what? How do you turn on the map again? What button was the map again? A? Oh, okay, stick. Let's go do the main thing because you actually can run out of time in this game. What a confusing maze this level is. Yeah. Okay. That's good, that I don't have to worry. Oh no. Why did I waste my time with those giants? They're not even the target. Oh, treasure boxes up here. I wonder where. I don't know where the treasure boxes appear. Oh, here. Weapon? Can't remember if spears are strong against skeletons this game or just in free. We're just gonna ignore these. Literally, just ignore these. They're not the target. This is a really good weapon for regaining health, by the way. Ignore these. Not the targets. Oh no. They followed me here, like stalkers. More weapons. Okay, let's go forward. Wait, how do I get here? Where am I? Oh no. Now I get it. This map is so confusing. But I get it now. I understand my duty now. Thank you. I can now ignore the enemies.
Hesitate not. Our only path lies forward.
I get it, thank you. Okay, I have to look here. Backstabbing asshole. It's true. Thanks guys, what the guy that speedruns this game uses for skeletons. Magic release a thought that basically stuns enemies. Okay. I don't even know if I've got that. Oh. I think these ones dispel, like, reflect magic or something. The video about the ending. I'm almost dead. I really need healing badly. Why am I so slow all of a sudden? I should have gotten an HP or whatever. Where is the package here? The only video I watched about the Necro was that dude slowly losing his mind as he kept repeating it. And then he finally got to the after credits scene. Oh my god. I need to heal right now, or else I will not be healed. No, I'm almost dead! No! Oh, you mother cluckers. It's all your fault. No. Please help. I beg. Yes. Oh my god. That was, oh my god. That was so dangerous. This moment will be passed down in legend. Oh. That's what I'm talking about. Wait, can I not reach them? Oh, screw you! Those enemies are so stupid. Okay, got rid of them. Herbert. Boxes in here. Excellent. What now? Wait, where do I go now? What do I do now? What? I got to all of the goals. What now? What remaining treasure? Wait, what remaining treasure? Oh. Okay then. No, I didn't. They must have spawned or something. I didn't forget. What? How did I not pick this up? I don't what? That makes no sense. Did I really actually miss this? Why didn't the game pick them up? No! Oh, you motherfuckers. No way. I'm not playing with you. No way. We need to get the treasure. I'm almost out of time. Okay. True. I will do this. I'll destroy the enemies. Wait, there's one more blue chest here. Hold on. Did I forget this? What's happening here? Blue chests keep appearing. That wasn't here before. Okay. What was that? Oh, whatever. I need to get more health. Also, where am I? I'm stuck. Okay, that's new. Oh my goodness. That was a weapon. Good. We're gonna find out when the level's over. True. What answers? Nope, I'm not fighting you guys, that's for sure. Nope. Thank you. More targets. Why can't... What the... How did I lose so much health? What? Excuse me? What happened here? Why is the game slowing down so much? Oh, what the hell? This isn't some new AAA game. What the hell? The Bone Zone. What? I didn't even want to cast a spell. Skeleton gets afraid when they attack, often taking much damage. Most enemies do, but the skeletons have a wombo combo that... Oh my god. Okay, I'm ready to face the music. Maybe. Wait, I'm going the opposite direction. my gosh. Okay, I'm getting health. So many of you. Almost dead as well. There's so many of them left. I hate that I... Okay, meal ticket. Alright, I was able to use them as meal tickets. There you go. That sounds so awful. I think so. I'm not sure. We are pretty far in the game. Oh my god. In the game that's slowed down. Oh. This has got to be a joke. Meal ticket. No, I'm gonna die from the meal ticket. You're supposed to give me life, not steal it. What the hell? You're supposed to provide me with life, not take it away. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What? How? Are you kidding?
Wellspring of the evil is in the temple before you.
Can you not? I can use the map, thank you. Have what? Wait, I do? Where? 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 Hang's glaive? Oh.
Hesitate not. Our only path lies forward.
It's low level. Low level. I cannot abuse its magic. It almost has no magic. And now I'm lost again. They take so much of my health. How do I lose so much health so fast? Oh my god.
Can you get through unharmed?
Shut up. That just sounds like sarcasm. And you got unharmed. Leave me alone. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm dead again.
This voice, the wellspring of the evil is in the temple.
Ah, be quiet. Yes, that's not working. We're going straight to the... Okay, let's try it on the big one.
Hesitate not. Our only path lies forward.
I think I will need to level it up for the magic to become good. I have a feeling that this magic is pretty weak now. Because you need to level up spells. In this game you need to level up the spells together with your weapon. Oh, that wasn't here before. Right. Boxes appeared that I need to not forget to. Oh my god, take. A counter. True. Anyone with a crossbow must be exterminated. Oh my god. I wish I was smart. Oh. Very smart. True. I am mad. Cleanse the world of crossbows, I will. They deserve it, in my humble opinion.
The enemy fights fiercely. Can you get through unharmed?
You're pissing me off. A lot. That sounds so passively or aggressively sarcastic as well. True. Agreed. I do feel crazy when I play this game. It's working. I am mad. I am the one who mad. I did not want to use magic, I wanted to use a combo. Again, I didn't want to use magic, I wanted to do a combo. Oh my god. The control scheme is just cursed. Any control scheme that allows for this to happen is cursed. Alright, gotta go grab for someone, please. Team you on Discord, let's see if he gets close to finishing the next level. You're right. Wow. This game is pissing me off so much right now. I did not want to do that. But nice. Hide. I need to heal desperately. Okay, healing a little bit.
Hesitate not. Our only path lies forward.
I get it. Okay, now we're in a pretty good spot. Okay, now we're in a good spot. Okay. We did it. Alright, let's go. Weapon. And that last one. Oh my god. Next one. All right. I didn't expect those to follow me here. Now I've gotten myself into a mess. Alright. That was bad. That was very bad on my part. What the hell? Okay. We were in trouble, now we're not anymore. Sometimes they just interrupt my special, and sometimes they cannot. The inconsistency of that just makes me angry. I'm not gonna lie. Where am I even going? Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Thank you. Oh my gosh. "41 minutes left. We're gonna do it. We're gonna beat this level or whatever. We're gonna do it. Why? Okay. That is so annoying. This is Drakengard 1. The first Drakengard on PlayStation 2. Let's get the weapon now. Wait, where am I? Huh? Huh? Oh my goodness, gigglers. So annoying. You're getting the weapon now. Thank you. I think that's a weapon. You missed a whole segment about the Polish-Belarusian crisis on the border. Oh, that's a long story. You're gonna have to either rewatch it or wait for the segment, which I have to say should get a priority in editing while we're at it. I cannot mount a dragon here, I wonder why. Oh, this is so stupid.
The temple is ahead. Climb. The answers
How did they
are
block
all
me?
there.
Oh this game is so... This game is so infuriating. Are you kidding me? I was full health. For sake. I was literally full health. This goes beyond annoying. And this is just... Okay, we need to get back to health. This is so stupid, I swear to God. I'll be making soup tomorrow, by the way. Oh yeah, you've also missed me thinking that I was streaming and streaming with the stream off and talking to an audience that didn't exist. I was so tired today, I don't know why I didn't go to sleep yesterday. I'm too awful late. It's probably not going to be a stream, fortunately. I don't have the setup. That's right. The first hour of the stream was YouTube not turning the stream on, and I thought I was on, but I wasn't. Oh my goodness. Today is just full of weird things. No, that's good. All right. Wow. They eat your health. They devour your health. I'm losing health so fast. Oh god. That did not give me what a ridiculous attack. No! You cannot use magic against these enemies. No! Oh my god! I want to do combos! Why do they have to be at the same button? Why? Okay, I'm getting good health now. This is so infuriating. Oh, that you turned off because of GPT the other day. Oh yeah. Why are you playing a game you dislike? Oh. It's more like I sort of like it, but it also infuriates me a lot. Oh no. Also, I lost already once on this level today. If you hit me... Oh, you bastard. I would love to find some extra health. Wait, I can just... Maybe that's cheating, but I don't care. Oh no. Okay, there we go. We're gonna bomb them all to hell. Wait, I cannot? Are they immune to my fire? Is this a joke? It's okay. That's actually on purpose. Listen, it's the same... It's the same group that made Nier Automata, okay? It's by design. These same people made Nier Automata. Oh, I hate this so much. I don't have any way of replenishing health back right now. Well, apart from combos. I'm about to die. They're not infinite, actually. There are a lot of them, though. I was one split hair up away from healing. One split hair.
This voice, the wellspring of the evil is in the temple before you.
So now I'm repeating this level for the third time in a row.
Hesitate not. Our only path lies forward.
Okay, we're gonna have to do a react to this level. We've done it too many times. One. My throat hurts today for some reason. Soundtrack is perfect. It does exactly what it intends to do, and what more can you ask? True. The goal is to kill all enemies. That is literally the goal. Okay, we're just gonna react to a video. I have to find Drakengard here. Where is it? What is the name of it here? Okay. Have I not done Drakengard on this screen ever? we just make it small. And now we're gonna do this smaller, because there's apparently this wild thing that we need to react to. And I'm ready. I'm ready. What? Also, I'm currently muted, so I have no idea. Ah, I see. Oh my god. Wait, careful. Gonna react to the whole thing about Xander Hall. Where is it? I can't find it. There you go.
Okay, this is really funny.
Xander Hall wins lawsuit. Did this one,
So not
this
only,
video.
I didn't know this until this moment, chat. Apparently, Sasha not only requested a
Where's
restraining
Sasha?
order for her, she requested that the court order that Xander Hall stay at least 300 yards away from her cat,
I think
Mr.
I know.
Biscuits.
What?
She actually tried to put forward a protection order on her cat.
That sounds weirdly familiar.
I was gonna start with the Yankee Tanky stuff, but it seems that there's a lot of interest in the stuff that happened with Sasha, so I think I'm just going to start with that. So getting into it, to remind everyone what happened, Sasha sent this DM to Xander Hall.
Why
Hey,
to
quick
Xander Hall?
question. What's it like living in Palm Springs? Is Redacted your mom? Because I know Alana is your ex. Anyways,
What?
you'd be saving me time by telling me which of these is your address, just so the process server knows where to go. Personally, I think it's the 2500 address because it says that your ex lives here, or at least she's receiving mail there. Like, deranged, I know, right? So
What?
Sasha continues on. How do I know
I
it's
don't-
your ex? Well, silly, you posted her criminal record a year ago. It's cool if you don't tell me though. I can just have them go to both addresses, so yeah, expect papers to be served to you. And then she puts a little cat face, which is the most
What?
insane thing I think I've seen her ever do. So Xander Hall responds, neither of those are my address, and if you're serving me, they'll be able to find it. Gonna post you trying to dox my family and shit though, looking real innocent. I will obviously not be providing a stranger who has a history of stalking and sending death threats my address. How am I doxing you? I'm
What
not
the hell?
publishing your private info on social media. Post whatever you want, bro. Gonna have to answer to the judge. It's really creepy that she's doing this, especially given her history, right? We've already
What is
confirmed in the
happening
past that
here?
She has shown up at people's houses before
Oh.
and made people have to call
Hey, but Keffels called her out more than Xander Hall. A lot more, no? Didn't Keffels do a whole thing? Turn it up. Didn't Keffels do a whole thing on it? Why did Xander Hall get served and not Keffels, for example?
the
I don't get it.
police because she threatened to beat the shit out of them. So Sasha has sent me countless DMs, dozens of DMs. I have not responded to a single one of them. So I just want to show you a little taste of some of those DMs.
Okay.
This was after I put out my first expose video on Sasha. Feel better now? Had your big moment? You can't hurt me in a way that matters. Make as many videos about me as you want. Shit, you can turn your whole channel into the Sasha Hour. Not gonna change anything that's happened. You rely on this website not just for money, but your ego. Because outside of here, what are you? Nothing.
What?
You're just another transgender like me. Aside from how weird
What?
it is that she has sent me, I think I counted like 70 different individual DMs over the course of 2 months. I think it's very telling that she really hates herself and she hates trans people. Ending it by saying,
You're just what? What? Okay, that's a new. I don't even know what to say to that.
what are you outside of Twitter? You're just another trans person like me. As if that somehow lowers my status and my standing in the world. It's such a weird thing to say. Here's another portion of the DMs from her. Look, I'll even give you something you can add to your video. All of Keffel's stands smell like soup mix. Show them I said that. It'll be really funny. Show them I said that. Everyone who watches Keffel's smells like Lipton soup mix. I'm
What
sorry
does
to
that
break
mean?
this to you, chat. So, going back to the DMs with Zan, this was on August 3rd. Hey Alex, my restraining order against you was approved. This obviously doesn't count as a formal service, and it doesn't go into effect until you've been served. So, in the meantime, while you can still legally talk to me, I have one question. According to your stream, you said that the allegations against me were privileged information. So my question is this, who gave you that information? She then sent a copy of it and said, just in case you don't believe me, and then continued on to say, do not contact me unless you are answering my question. You and Keffels have published my private information on the internet, lied about me, defamed me, and demonized me. You are actively participating in stochastic terrorism. Do not speak about me on your streams, Discord, or any other social media platform.
Hey.
The claim that discussing internet drama counts as stochastic terrorism is quite wild. No one was advocating that Sasha be hurt in any way. In fact, she's the only person.
I'll be making soup tomorrow. Just so you know. Oh gosh, I can't wait till tomorrow. Actually, it's not tomorrow anymore. It's today in a few hours. 2 or 3 hours to be exact. Basically, the idea was for a game about madness. Oh, okay. You're explaining the soundtrack. Okay. I thought you were talking about this.
In that entire debacle,
How
who
naive.
actually threatened to hurt other people. Here's an actual copy that was obtained from the California government. We did a request for information for this. So it's a CH-100 request for civil harassment restraining orders form. So I'm just showing you this all to show you what Sasha put down.
I'm
in the
showing
form.
this to show
So
sounds
on
funny
number
as a
4,
sentence.
relationship of parties. The question was, how do you know the person in number 2, which was Xanderhall? And she wrote, I don't know him, but he is calling me a rapist on his YouTube and Twitch channels. And then for number 7, description of harassment, which is defined under the
Listen, I'm easy to please. I'm showing this to show sounds funny to me.
state of California's laws. Harassment means violence or threats of violence against you, or a course of conduct that seriously alarmed, annoyed, or harassed you and caused you substantial emotional distress. A course of conduct is more than one act. Tell the court about the last time this person in number 2 harassed you. 1, when did it happen? Provide date or estimated date. And 2, who else was there? So here's what Sasha wrote. When did it happen? It happened on the 7th of the 25th, 2023 to the present. And who else was there? Xander Hall's YouTube followers. He has 80,000 subscribers. So apparently, like, every single one of Xander Hall's subscribers engaged in harassment simply by witnessing Xander Hall on stream once say that Sasha is a rapist. So for the next portion, how did the person in number 2 harass you? Explain below. And Sasha wrote, he called me a
I wonder why she lost the lawsuit. How could this be possible? I wonder why.
rapist on his stream and YouTube channels. Now I have thousands of people online calling me a rapist because of him. I've never met him, yet now I am losing friends, income, and my online reputation. I don't want this to affect my ability to get a job.
Pretty obvious, just don't fucking rape people.
True.
Didn't think I had to write that one down for you.
So for number
Oh my gosh.
5, Sasha was asked the question, were you harmed or injured because of the harassment? And Sasha wrote, I've been stressed and having heart palpitations. The online harassment and lies makes me have suicidal ideation, which I don't normally feel on a day-to-day basis.
That sounds
I don't know.
so
I
weird.
think I wouldn't rape someone if I didn't want to be called a rapist. I mean, that's me, personally. I think that that's like a pretty simple thing that you can do. But also, she made it way worse for herself by posting through it and threatening every single person involved, including her victims. I also find it interesting
There's such strange wording to me personally. I am feeling suicidal ideation, which is not something that I normally feel. Who speaks like that? That is so strange. Now consider this.
that she checked no for has the person harassed you at other times, no prior incidences. So these were the orders that Sasha requested for the personal conduct orders. I asked the court to order the person in number 2, Xander Hall, not to do any of the following things to me or to any person
me.
to be protected listed in number 3. So harass, intimidate, molest,
I cannot
attack,
believe this
strike,
is real.
stalk, threaten, assault, sexually or otherwise,
just
hit,
cannot.
abuse, destroy personal property of, or disturb the peace of a person. B, contact the person either directly
still
or
feels like a
indirectly in
bit
any
to
way,
me,
including
personally.
but not limited to in person, by telephone, in writing, by public or private mail, by inter-office mail, by email, by text message, by fax, or by other electronic means, and C, other specify. And this is where she wrote specifically what she wanted. That she wanted Xander Hall to not talk about her online in a derogatory way or cause others to make derogatory statements about her.
How can you
And
cause...
it's crazy because Xan had never at any point been in contact with her. She was the only person to engage in a one-on-one conversation. She really said, make him keep my name out of his mouth, and filed a restraining order against someone she's never met, she's never talked to. So this is interesting too. So in number 9, the stay away order that Sasha requested, I asked the court to order the person
This feels like a bit, but it's actually not, which scares me.
in number 2, again Xander Hall, to stay at least 300
That
yards
things like
away
that
from
happen
me,
in a real.
as well as my vehicle, my home, and my job or workplace. I don't even think they've ever been in the same city at the same time before. And he lives like 1,000 miles away.
You can just focus on the
this is really
targets.
funny. So not only, I didn't know this until this moment, chat. Apparently, Sasha not only requested a restraining order for her, she requested that the court order that Xander Hall stay at least 300 yards away from her cat, Mr. Biscuits. She actually tried to put forward a protection order on her
Mr.
cat.
Biscuits.
I don't even know what to say about that. I don't
What a
understand.
strange name.
Hey you, person watching the stream, do you like the content you're watching?
Yes.
Do you like this stupid community full of gay retards? Well,
Oh
you should
no.
consider subscribing
Slurs.
to support the work that I and many others do to keep this going. Thank you, and none of this would be possible if it wasn't for viewers like you.
Well, you called me the Arsler, so I don't know. I'm having my doubts. right now.
Okay, so that's
Right
that
this
was the
moment, I'm
form.
having my doubts.
So I want to show you. These
about
are some
you.
more recent DMs. This was August 14th. To me,
I wanted to
Sasha said,
subscribe,
hey,
but
just
you
curious,
called me
is
an
there a
outsider.
reason why you look so tired all the time? Usually estrogen makes someone look younger, yet it seems like the elasticity in your face's skin is deteriorating. Is there
What?
a reason why you look like the droopy dog from the Looney Tunes?
What?
Or do you just naturally look like the personification of a burlap sack? It's funny how you can post about me all you want, but at the end of the day, I'm not the one hiding in Ireland. I'm not the one that can't return to my country of origin.
What?
I'm not the one who's probably never going to see my childhood home again. I'm not the one that will most likely never see my friends or family again. Personally, I would hate to have to experience that. It must be really difficult for you. I
What?
don't know where she got any of this information.
What? What is happening? Are there any Jewish noodle dishes? Just for you, I'm gonna look it up right this second. Oh, I really want to do cholent. There's a macaroni. Okay, there's the noodle kugel. So I guess there are some dishes with noodles, yeah. I have Joker makeup as on as they typed these insults, I think. Those are so weird. And those are just bizarre. Normally, estrogen makes someone look younger, yet it seems like the elasticity in your face skin is decaying. What? 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 That sounds. I don't. It feels.
I'm
It
I'm
feels
not
like a bit so much.
hiding in Ireland. I just live here. I'm planning to go back to Canada to see my family in December. I'm actually going to be seeing them in Las Vegas next month. She just kind of made all this shit up. It's also, yeah, I mean, it's very cruel. She's intentionally trying to hurt my feelings. However, she's a rapist, so why would I take anything that she has to say seriously? She thinks Kevil's a Jesse Pinkman at the end of El Camino. Okay, so here's a deleted post. This was posted last month. Okay,
so
I'm done
weird.
now deleting the app. I just wanted to reactivate so I can get that OnlyFans money. So August 17th, Xander Hall gets another DM. It's been 2 weeks. Seems you learned your lesson. Here's a list of the things that constitute as harassment. Avoid doing it in the future for your own sake. So I actually do want to read this out because
Why?
it's really funny. What is abuse? The family court
You've
will
learned
only
your
grant a DVRO
lesson.
where abuse is present, including acts that cause physical injury. Threats, verbal, I will kill you, I will beat you up. Physical, raising a fist, pretending to strike, getting close in the face. Property violence, punching a hole in the wall or door, throwing a heavy
This
object
is
at you,
violence?
brandishing a gun or other weapon to intimidate. Under the harassment
That's
and
violent?
stalking
That's
section,
harassment?
harassing phone calls
Raising
and
your
messages.
fist?
Giving false/sensitive personal information about you to employers, friends, relatives, etc. Isolating you from friends, family, and support. Depriving you of basic necessities. Control, monitoring your movements, communications, daily behavior, finances, and access to services. Compulsion, using force, threat of force, intimidation, threats based on immigration status, etc. to
What?
force you to do something. So it's like, not only is this insane, on all levels. How did Xander Hall do a single thing listed in here? None of this makes any sense. I'm trying to get into Sasha's head and understand why she specifically
This is a bit.
sent
It has
this.
to be.
And I think
This has
she
to be
read
a bit.
giving false/sensitive personal information about you to employers, friends, and relatives as somehow that is harassment, yes. But
I don't
Xander
believe this is
Hall
not a
didn't
bit.
do that. Like Xander Hall mentioned it off the cuff in a stream. That's what kicked all this off. It wasn't anything planned. It was a chatter asking Xander Hall about the Sasha situation. So all of this culminated on August 24th. Superior Court of California, County of Los Angeles Family Division. The Honorable...
I'm so happy I don't make this sort of crap my regular content. Just... Oh. I'm just so glad.
Janet Perez Santizo, the judge, ruled that the case was dismissed. Nature Proceedings Petition, Civil Harassment, Violence, filed on July 31st, 2023. The following parties are present for the aforementioned proceeding. No one, no appearances. The matter is called for hearing. There being no appearances, the petitioner's request for restraining order is discharged. All temporary restraining orders, if any, are dissolved. Case is dismissed. And this is a long-standing pattern of behavior with her, where she threatens people by abusing the legal system. And Xander Hall wasn't able to actually speak about this until it got dismissed, because speaking about it while it was still ongoing actually risked meaning that Xander Hall would have to pay fines of up to $1,000. I'm glad that this has come to an end.
That's my
She
monthly
ended up
income.
having quite a meltdown on Twitter. Sasha responded on the same day to it being dismissed by changing her @ on Twitter from goated tranny to twink milf. And then last week, she sent me an entire barrage of DMs, like every single day. So starting on September 1st, I wonder why your judgment is clouded. I don't even know what this initial thing was. It's only a matter of time until someone blows the whistle on her and everyone's gonna be like, hey, isn't that the chick Keffels went to bat for? And when this happens, the whole tucking website is going to eat crow. I'm pretty sure this is a response to, she is trying to spin the narrative that one of the people she sexually assaulted is also an abuser, which I haven't seen any evidence or claims of this from anyone except for her, so it's obviously just a Darvo tactic. So let's keep going. This was on Wednesday.
I'm about to die
Thanks for
again.
taking care of Stacy. She's the second worst tranny on this website. She'll be #1 once you, well, you know what's going to happen, lol. It's an inevitability. That's wild. Sasha is such a transphobic person, and it goes further. It's just funny watching you attack random people on the internet. Male rage is a bitch, ain't it?
What?
I just don't understand what possesses her to be this transphobic when she herself is trans. So she keeps going.
What
I
the
love
hell?
Situation you and I are in. I get to be mean as I want to you. I mean, what are you gonna do? You can't post about me because that'd just be free interaction. Yet I'm sure you can't take much more of me reminding you that you have no life outside of this website. And everyone knows you use this platform to fund your bullshit. You're stuck here. You've hit the ceiling of growth and you'll never get back the amount of admiration and clout you once had. I'm the reason for that.
What?
And I'm glad it happened. You've got nowhere to go but down. And it's going to be amazing to watch you crash and burn out before disappearing into obscurity. In a couple years, no one will remember you. It'll almost be as if you didn't exist at all.
This is
And
so
all
creepy, I
everything
swear.
Terrible that's
Genuinely
happened to you will
creepy.
be for nothing. She posts a tweet where I'm talking about Elon Musk, where I said men will literally light $20 billion on fire rather than going to therapy. And says,
This is so creepy. Anime villain arc. Wow.
Oh, is that how much it costs for you? No wonder you're so stressed for cash, lol. And then
Oh yeah, speaking of being stressed for cash, consider donating. Because I'm pretty stressed for cash. See? See how smooth that was? See how perfectly I've integrated this into the segment? That was like perfect. That was seamless. Nobody could have integrated this better than I. I just know the business. I just know the biz. I'm the whiz of the biz. So smooth. I know.
She deleted. She deleted her account. That's it. The restraining order fell through. Her reputation is in tatters. I'm kinda
What
sad she deleted
reputation?
her Twitter though, because there was some really
Of a
funny
rapist?
things that she was tweeting about before she had to fuck off to God knows where. She made these tweets where she was like, I love my girlfriend's so awesome. Keffels doesn't know what it's like to love people. She's
What?
there for me through thick and thin. And then 4 days later, she tweets about how she got dumped. Like, she was trying to flex at
This
people. Like,
has
yeah,
to
I'm
be a
rapist,
bit.
but I got a girlfriend. Meltdown's one of the most pathetic things I've seen in my entire time in this space, and I've seen some pretty bad ones in the last few years. It was pretty bad. It was really weird that all of this happened in the first place, that she decided to come after Xanderhall. She, by the way, she didn't ruin my career as she claimed. I'm doing just fine, but she's an incredibly narcissistic person, and it's very obvious with how she conducts herself
Listen.
and the kinds of insults that she uses towards me. The fact that she's so obsessed
Not everyone can have an epic career like me. True.
with clout, and specifically Twitter clout. There are definitely people who should not be on there, and I think Sasha is one of
Her behavior is genuinely unnerving to the point where it just proves the accusations against her by proxy. I know. An innocent person wouldn't threaten their accusers in this. That's so weird. Oh my god. That is so creepo behavior. Like, you're not making your case any better by behaving like this.
those people.
Not at all.
But anyway, this is a monumental W for Xanderhall. I do think it is very funny still that she makes these claims that she destroyed my career.
And to make these weird allusions to suicide as a trans person?
And the claim is basically because she decided to take part in outing the fact that I was struggling with addiction. I made a stupid post on my subreddit where I wanted people to help me find more info about her because I heard some really weird things about her. And I was
Imagine
correct
that.
in the fact that she's a very fucking weird person. So
Wow.
the reason that she was
Well.
baiting me so much into responding is because she thought that if she could get me into a Twitter fight, she would be able to get a whole bunch of clicks off of fighting me on Twitter. But I'm not stupid.
I'm a bit stupid, but you know. It's okay. That's okay. Dare to be stupid, as Weird Al Yankovic has said. Okay, the level is still on. Did she apologize? We're gonna watch Jesse Gender video now.
So, okay, so first of all, to the people asking, this was cut down. This is the 13 minutes where she addresses the drama, and the rest is her ranting about Star Trek.
Nice. I do sort of like Star Trek. I've not actually watched much of Star Trek.
If you have followed this channel for a while,
I
you know
guess
that
this is my admission of guilt.
Jesse gender has been a regular topic of discussion.
Oh.
There are multiple videos on my channel, such as this one.
Oh.
You see me pointing to it. Nothing's there. I'm doing this in the off chance that my editor, Annie, might want to like put a video above my finger. I don't think that they're gonna do that. In fact, I think I'm gonna be mocked for even doing this. But just in case, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna give you a little recap. So Jessie Gender is a trans YouTuber who primarily does Star Trek content. However, she really made a name for herself when she switched to primarily doing trans-centric content. She did video essays on J.K. Rowling, on Matt Walsh, on Dave Chappelle, and weighing in on all of the big culture war talking points. And to her credit, a lot of her content is very good. However,
I actually don't talk about Jessie gender all that much. Any mention, true.
at a certain point, she decided that she wanted to start doing a lot of leftist infighting in the name of growing her own platform.
I have to
Like
do
many
more
people
infighting.
in this chat, and
I don't have enough
Party
growth.
Online Left, I
Fight
got
me,
blocked by her
Kafaz.
for mild criticism. After that, she decided to collaborate with Foreign Man in a Foreign Land in a video that now has well over 200,000 views that pedo jackets me, mocks me for my suicide attempt and for going to rehab, and is genuinely one of the most slimy videos that I have seen put
Genuinely.
out
I've
by
never
a large
heard that
progressive account on this
pronunciation
platform.
before.
And so for a long time, both with what happened to me and with what she did to Shark 30 a black live streamer who is a
I've
friend
never
of mine,
heard anyone
friend
say
of this channel.
genuinely.
She liked a tweet that implied that Shark was a house slave. And no, this isn't a joke. This is something that Jesse actually did. So people were trying to get Jesse to say, I fucked up. I am sorry.
Also, put him up, Lucy. True. I should send up message to Keffels. Is the Canadian in her? Okay. Chat. Should I send a message to Keffels saying that would just say, don't you know that you're just like me, just another transgender, and just write nothing else? Do you think that would be cool and admirable of me to do? Would that help my growth if I did that? I think it would. I think it would. Should just write right now. You're just another transgender like me. And nothing else. Without context or warning. And see what happens.
But she never did. Instead of doing that, she decided to block everyone, claim that she is the target of a harassment campaign.
Yeah, Lucy, I like you because you stay out of drama. That's true. I think I'll just remain out of dramas. My goodness. The only dramas that I get into is when I argue with people that say that Holodomor was not a genocide. But I'm trying to cut on even that. I'm trying to limit that, approach. I'm just gonna do a video about the Holodomor, and that's it. I'm not gonna engage in arguments. That's a waste of time. Okay, thank you, Connor.
And just continually double down and double down and double down and double down. So
I don't know. There are better things for your growth, as I'm gonna demonstrate to you in a moment. We're gonna have a very serious segment next. You're gonna love it. Speaking of Holodomor, the next segment is actually gonna be tangentially or maybe even related to the Holodomor. So hold on to your butts, as some streamers say, because I'm gonna show you content that no one else shows, okay? I think I'm pretty unique. Unironically, I'm pretty unique as a streamer when it comes to sharing the content that I'm gonna share next. But first, we have to beat this level, and we have to finish the couples video. That is so unfair that creepos can write to couples that she looks awful and has a droopy syndrome or whatever. When I get envy when I look at couples. That is so unfair. DM was talking about JQ stuff on her. Oh. Listen, Demon Mama should have me on. I'm the Jewish history streamer. Listen, okay. Today I visited the Moses Shore Institute. Okay. Ah, thank you, Greta Rain. I visited the Shore Institute, and the secretary there is a historian actually that's working on a book, and I've mentioned a few because she's writing about the synagogue. So I mentioned that it used to be the synagogue near the no longer existent street, and she was like, "Oh, I see that you know your stuff when it comes to history." I was like, "A bit, you know." I got some praise from a historian, which made my day today. And I didn't even mention it. Well, now I mention it. Now I'm mentioning it. Yes, Senpai noticed me. It's true. I've been noticed. Hello, fake Alec Kyle Parker. It's true. I've been noticed by a real-life historian who's trying to get funding to get a book published. There are pretty interesting projects that they're working on and looking for funding to do. Like they're looking to get funding from the city to publish a Hebrew lesson planner, which would be a pretty... If they manage to do that, I'm going to get one and I'm going to show it on stream. The Hebrew language learning planner. That's going to be so cool.
So for the longest time, myself and many others have been trying to get her to
Me and
be
myself.
accountable. She says repeatedly throughout her videos that she believes in accountability. That she
Who?
thinks that if
Ah,
people
Jessie
think
Gender.
that she fucks up, they should call her out on it. But she doesn't actually believe that, and she reacts.
Wait, for some reason my brain froze, and I thought what we were still talking about Sasha with the whole "you have to call me out," but no, we're actually talking about Jessie Gender now. My wires crossed, and I thought we were still talking about the thing from before for some reason. My goodness. My goodness. That sounds cool, thank you. How does one publish actually? I kind of just thought you show up at the publishing company and they take a portion of profits in exchange for printing. But I think this book is... That's a very specific book, okay? Not many publishers, not many commercial publishers will want to take and publish a book on the history of a synagogue in Warsaw, I think. There's gonna be a meeting, by the way, when they will be talking about that history. That's expensive to self-publish. I think they're gonna get funding from the city. They're gonna get funding from the city to publish it as the institute, as part of the institute. You know? And they're gonna be talking about the history soon. During a special meeting for members of the institute and students, etc. We got invited today, and they're gonna be talking about that history, and then they're gonna be looking for It's the sponsorship of the city to publish it as the institute. It is important to keep that history alive. That's right. I think the best route for them is to get funding from Warsaw, which I think is viable. They've already published a few books. We've bought one today, actually. It was very cheap. For a hardcover big book, we paid under $10. Your own audio reading and post the text. I could read some books on stream if you would be interested.
It's incredibly
I don't see why
poorly
not.
to anyone who tries to. We've witnessed in the past year repeatedly as she blocks her own fans who think that her behavior is gross. So with all that said, I think I've caught everyone up. And now let's get into
I'm
it.
not caught up yet. Okay, I am. I was just
Hi,
kidding.
everybody. I hope everyone's doing well. Or actually, is that... Ooh, that's the... Ooh. Ooh, which one's better? Ooh, I don't have the music on this one. Why is there no music here? Oh, it has been way too long since I have done a live stream. Let me put this here so I can actually look at your beautiful faces while I'm looking at stuff. Yeah.
All that I can think of with Jessie gender now is that she threw her cat and the cat was afraid of her for the rest of their life.
Apologies, everybody, that it has been so long since I have streamed. There's been a bunch of different reasons, some that I will go into and some that I will not.
Unfortunately, we're going to have a few days without stream, by the way. Because tomorrow is, or rather today, is the Jewish New Year, which I'm going to be celebrating. There are a lot of Jewish holidays going on right now. I'm going to be posting a schedule soon, but unfortunately today there won't be a stream because of the Jewish New Year. Animals are pretty forgiving usually, so yeah, I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll have a... I'll think of the perfect way to make it up to you.
To give like the quick and easy
Especially you.
version of why I have not. Number one, very obviously, I am in a brand new apartment. I moved down towards Los Angeles area. I'm not in the Los Angeles area. I'm not going to say exactly where I am just for safety reasons, but I moved.
For some reason, I thought that I just randomly lost and I didn't know what was going on, but the game was just paused.
Recently because I wanted to be closer for my film Identities, because I'm filming that. Hopefully,
Wait.
You saw the video. We'll talk about that later.
Wait.
But yeah, working on a film.
Oh, is the Star Trek audio actually the background audio for the stream?
I wanted to be closer to production
Okay,
and
it
everything.
is.
And then also, that production was the other thing that I wanted to be here for. So like that was also big like reason that I've been not on stream because I've been busy with that as all hell. So that's been wild. And then I won't go into other.
What
reasons.
was
There are
that?
other
Oh my
reasons why I
god,
did not
that
stream.
scared me.
All I will
Jesus.
say is there has been frustrating stuff that has been not great for my mental
That
health.
actually scared me. That
Both
sudden
personally and also in the online YouTube realm, that has been not great. And again, I'm not going to talk about it because the personal stuff
That
is personal
scared
stuff,
me.
and the other stuff has been just stuff. If I talk about it, it makes.
So for the context, it's because she said in one of her video essays
Okay,
that she
we're done.
whipped a cat across the room in anger, and people were like, "What the fuck, Jesse? Why did you
Yeah, that was...
whip a cat across the room in anger?" And she just won't.
Good
She won't
question.
actually address any of the things
That's a
that
good
she says,
question.
and it's this common pattern with her.
That's a question
where
you
She
should...
says something.
That's a question you should ask yourself, Megatron. I say as I post a Megatron emote in the chat. Because we actually have a Megatron. And if you make the page bigger, you know, like 200, and then it really gets nice, the emote. My goodness. Wait, who? And then preliminaries in your reward, you're just in the history. I see. Yes, we'll be celebrating. We even made the shopping to make the dishes, and we bought the calendar. Look, I'm gonna open it with Mom today. Look, there's the calendar, 5,784. This is the calendar for this year. It's really lovely. Okay, let's continue.
Thing or does something really fucking weird, and then people are like, why did you do this? And then her response is, why are you harassing me? Whereas I feel like if you're a public figure, if you're a YouTuber, which a YouTuber for all intents and purposes is a public figure, people can criticize. You are open to public scrutiny if you exist in the public realm.
Don't criticize me.
I don't want to do
Just
drama
kidding, you
nonsense,
can
so I'm
criticize
just gonna
me.
let it go, whatever. But it has not been super healthy or fun. And as a result, I have not had like the energy to be on camera in front of
I actually need
for a lot of
feedback.
anxiety reasons
Actually,
and
do
stuff.
criticize me. I do need the
Not
feedback.
everything's not perfect,
As long as
but,
it's
I'm
constructive.
definitely doing
I
better
know I'll
than
get.
I was. And other stuff is going really good too.
Listen, I'm positive I'll get constructive feedback from all of
I
you.
don't want to announce anything officially yet, because it's not set in stone. But it looks like we have a date to actually film again.
A date?
All the actors are still on
That's
board.
romantic.
Most of the crew is still on board. You know, some people had to change up because of, you know, just the fact that we had to move. But film is still happening. It's going. And actually, some positive stuff might be happening tomorrow, because I'm pitching something tomorrow.
See, it's interesting because if she just stuck to her Star Trek content, no one would be mad at her. She has a dedicated, albeit much smaller audience for her Star Trek content. If she wanted to stay out of drama, that's completely something that she can do, but she doesn't. She throws...
I'm fine staying out of drama. I'm okay. I'm okay to be out of drama. There's just so much to read and prepare. Having drama on top of that would just be pretty devastating to all things considered. I like to know what remains of the Jewish Quarter in London. I tried the food there. You should go. Visit the synagogue. You should go, definitely.
stones, and then she runs, and then she gets upset when people react to the fact that she threw stones.
To Nebula that might be
Don't
adding
throw
more
stones.
stuff to identities. We'll see how it all goes. So ultimately, in the end,
Stones
while
are
I
hurtful.
don't think I wish we had been able to film when we had, because it made things a lot easier and a lot less stressful. I do think there's positives that it got delayed, and I also frustrated we had to deal with.
I can't believe that I got just bounced
but I
off.
won't go too much into that because I don't want to knock SAG too
Wait, what?
much. Frustrated we had to deal with, annoying SAG stuff, but I won't go too much
What?
into that because I don't want to.
That's a union, right? That's SAG? That's not sex. She's not saying that she's frustrated with annoying sex stuff. Aw, jeez. Oh man, I hate annoying sex stuff. I hate when I'm getting railed and someone has a
I mean, I heard sex, okay? I heard annoying sex, so I'm glad I'm not the only one.
soundboard and is like hitting the vine
True.
boom button with every thrust.
That's how
Oh!
I don't want to knock SAG too much during the moment where they need more support publicly. So, how best to talk about it? Like I mentioned earlier, I've been dealing with stuff that's been going on elsewhere that again I won't get into.
I hate that noise.
And making the Guardian.
No, I know it's a Screen Actors Guild. I'm aware.
This video, along with Aronok, who did like a lot of the work on the edit. In fact, most of the work on the edit for that.
Well, so what a
really nice to
coincidence.
kind of
I've been
felt
dealing with
feeling
stuff as
good
well.
and, like, positive, and it hurt a little bit that the algorithm didn't take it very well.
We're
but I
all
love
dealing
that,
with
like,
stuff
everyone who watched
together.
That video seems to really adore it. So I know
So I want to comment on this, the algorithm thing. Jesse Gender complains about the algorithm quite a bit. You see this with a lot of breadtube people, where they don't seem to understand when they go outside their intended audience. They get punished by the algorithm for it, because that's not what the audience that they built wants to see. Like, Jessie Gender didn't build an audience out of Star Trek content. She built an audience out of doing trans content. She was doing YouTube as a Star Trek creator for a very long time before she rebranded to Jessie Gender. But it was only after the Jessie Gender rebrand when she decided to make her channel a trans content channel where she talks about legislation and pop cultural issues surrounding trans people that she started to gain hundreds of thousands of subscribers.
It's not that the video is bad, it's that the algorithm sucks. So I really do appreciate like everyone sending such kind words about the Guardians video, because Aronok and I worked really hard on that.
Oh.
But such are the algorithm gods.
Thank you, fake Alcal Parker, for $15. Hey Lulu, you need more money. That's right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Maybe one day I'll be able to go to the dentist even. The noise is too loud by like 15%. True. It actually scared me a few times. Thank you, thank you. My goodness, thank you so much. We're gonna get into the serious thing. If we manage to beat this level, which maybe we will.
Screw it, I'll say it here, and I see it. By the way, Claire, I see your super chat, and Molly J, I see your super chat. Something that I want to just say really quickly to all of you right now, since I have y'all here and we're all chatting.
Listen, thanks to all of you and your support, I actually don't really need to worry too much about the algorithm. Like, I can actually do the content and work on the content that I want to work on. And I know that is good for the audience. Was it hard to learn English? No. No, not at all, actually. It's fairly easy, actually, to be honest. I've just heard it a lot. My grandfather started teaching me it at a young age. And my grandfather, I mean my father's father, whom I've never mentioned him much, was a very specific man, my father's grandfather. As a child, he has been taken to the camp together with his father. And then my great-grandfather, so his father, died in the camp. And he was somehow adopted by a German family. And it was a whole thing. And then, even though his dad died in the camp, he grew up to be an extreme Germany enthusiast. And when I was small, he always inserted German phrases into his speech. He died of cancer when I was 10. He actually developed brain cancer. So that was also a bit of a thing. And the cancer spread to all of his body. Sophie has donated $5. They said, my appreciation for your informative history segments. Thank you. Thank you very much. The grandfather on father's side actually died on Christmas, which made me a bit soured to that holiday. That's right. Well, you know, it was. Yeah, but I've not mentioned. Oh, yes, and also I was his favorite grandchild out of all the grandchildren for some reason. Yes. Also, he helped me with my speech impediment. Because I used to have a speech impediment. I used to not be able to say the word R as a child. Or rather the tough Polish rrr. Because in Polish you have the very tough rrr. And I used to not be able to say that sound. I used to say like and then, you know, I had a lot of help to get over that speech impediment, but I eventually was able to say and not just And for my family, we've had some holidays that were more tense for similar reasons. We have death anniversaries throughout the... Yeah, that's unfortunate. But yes, he also helped me with the speech impediment and gave me a little bucket of Lego-like things when I managed to beat it. Right? Like you have the strong R in words like rover. I say lavel. I was very small then. 37. Oh no. That's super young. Damn.
I just want to say legitimately thank you to all of you for watching stuff and supporting me and being very kind.
True. Thank you
without
for
getting
supporting
into
me.
It really does.
I
mean
hate that sound. I cannot stand this sound. Also, what did fake Alec Parker say about... I despise people like Jessie right now. She's the type of person who forsaken her own name. That's very... Yeah. That is so unfortunate. I actually kind of liked the video on Hogwarts that she made. I thought that video was okay. On the game. Hogwarts Legacy. How many of you were here for that successful fundraiser we did using Hogwarts Legacy? We actually gathered $1,000 for a trans charity. That's a good question. Only my granddad on my dad's side taught me to walk because I was an incredibly late boomer. Or bloomer. Late boomer. Oh my god, what am I saying? Late boomer. Late bloomer. I'm sorry. Late boomer. For Trevor Project, yes. We gathered money for the Trevor Project. That was a very successful thing. The weirdest thing is that I've never touched the game since. I've actually never touched the game since.
To see that stuff, because I still read all the comments and I read, you know, all the stuff that people send me. And you have no idea how much it means to me to read like good, kind comments. Like legit.
Why would she do that to herself? Like, that's not healthy. You should not be doing that as a content creator, especially as a trans content creator. Like, if I did that, like, do you know how many times people tell me to kill myself every day? Or people pedo jacket me? Or like make up...
Interestingly enough, I don't really get that many negative comments. Like, I guess that's the blessing of being small. I don't get many negative comments or hateful comments. Most of the time when I get comments, it's from... Well, you. Which means that it's usually a constructive comment or a positive comment. And people donated to play other games. That's right. That's right. People did donate to play other games as well. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that was a thing in the fundraiser. People could pay money to make me play different games. Yeah. Wow, that was a fun thing. The worst mean comments tend to be my jokes. Actually, the meanest comments I got on YouTube was when I did a Kiwi Farms video, and they sent me like 50 hateful comments. But interestingly enough, none of the Kiwi farmers came back for any other of my videos. None of them. They just commented specifically under the Kiwi Farms videos and basically just stopped commenting forever. Same with the Bad Empanada thing, actually. They just comment under that one video. I mean, I don't know. I think it always hurts to a degree, you know? I think it always hurts to a certain degree. Although I think it's also to remember your sort of what's important. You know? That there are people who support you, and there are, you know? And that hatred is not exactly like criticism. You know? There's a difference between hate and criticism. There's a difference between saying, hey, you should, I don't know, reconsider what you're doing or what you're saying, or you should reconsider this or that, or why did you do this or that, and receiving a message that says, oh, I hope you join the 41% soon, which is a thing that a person recently created a White Forest account to say. Which was one of the... Okay, that was the most bizarre thing that happened to me while streaming. A person creating a whole White Forest account to just tell me, I hope you just join the 41% or something. Oh, we support you at least. That's right. That's right. You're here. Especially being an outspoken trans creator. It's incredibly difficult being openly trans online right now. True. So, I guess I'm in a good spot when it comes to hate, because I basically get none. But because I get so little, whenever I get it, it throws me off balance a bit. At least for a few seconds. Especially the White Forest one threw me off balance because I had no idea how to ban it. I had no idea how to ban anyone on White Forest. So I was like, what do I do? You know? I was like, so what do I do exactly? How does this work? But it's okay. I wrote to Somnu Static and Karasu, and Somnu Static banned the culprit. I almost feel bad for that person having so little good in life that you bothered to create an account of a pretty nice streaming site to just because that is weird. That is just, I don't know.
All sorts of insane allegations that have no bearing in reality whatsoever. Dozens every single day. I hope that she can figure out how to manage having the platform that she does, because I don't think that she's gonna be able to cope with this much longer if she's like going around and reading like every single comment.
Although keep in mind that YouTube actually does a pretty good job vetting hateful comments on YouTube too, like inappropriate comments. Although it did so with the fellow traveler one as well. How do I get rid of this? What? Of what? I'm sorry, what? Oh yeah, sorry. I misread your comment. I was like, what do I do? I want to remove the message or ban the person, but I just don't... Nothing that's intuitive works. You cannot just you cannot just right-click the person. You have to actually type a command, I think. Or do it from a separate menu or something. Oh. They're gone now.
It means a lot. I guess I'll leave it there.
They're gone now.
Thank you to all of you for being there. Like I said, like I said, not gonna get into it, but there's been a lot.
Oh my gosh, that
hateful
sound
stuff
again.
going on, and I want to give a shout out to all of you, and I want to give a shout out to Erica because I know she's listening right now.
Who?
I want to say this publicly. I would
Erudite?
not have been able to survive the last few
To who?
last few weeks and actually a couple of months without you all being kind. Ooh, sorry. And without Aranok.
Who's Aranok?
Aranok has been really there for me, and it has meant a lot.
I don't know who Aranok is, but also, gosh, I wanted to say something, but it evaporated from my mind. What causes me an unreasonable amount of rage when I see people littering? I guess it is annoying. It's also annoying when people finish their cigarettes and just throw out the buds. But yes. I don't know.
And it has allowed me to do my best to try to not focus on the hate and the shitty stuff that I face personally and just going on in the world right now. And it reminds me every day that the way to go.
It's so frustrating listening to her talk about the shitty stuff and the drama when she set everything in motion. She instigated all of this. And then she is such a coward that she needs to hide from it.
Go forward is not.
I'm
fight
also a
back,
coward.
But fight forward. You know, we still fight the assholes, the bigots, the horrible people that we need to fight and push back against. But we don't fight them on their terms, and to fight back against them, we fight back. We fight back because we're trying to do something. We're trying to do something forward thinking. We're trying to do something for us. We're trying to do something meaningful
What?
for those who need it, and that requires fighting.
What does that mean? This is like the time that she said that leftism isn't about winning. We need to fight forward. It is meaningless. It's just sophistry. It's really nice sounding words that once you put a magnifying glass up to it, you realize there is no substance behind what she's saying.
But it is not the reason we fight. We don't fight. We don't fight them just to fight them. And Aranok has been really, really beautiful in reminding me of that. And I have needed that. And sorry, I'm gonna just pull up because I had to look at the super chats and I can't see the live. I can't see the current live stream or the current chat. So I just want to pop this out really quickly. You know, I won't get into all of this, but you know, there.
Oh
was
my
a bit
God,
of,
again.
Twitter discourse around like this idea of leftism isn't about winning. That some people focus on me for, which is whatever. And the point that I made with that, and the point that I always want to make is like, yes, we do fight things. Yes, we do beat, the fascists, the assholes, but we don't do it because we want to just beat them. We do it because we're trying to build something better. Because all.
Yeah? Who was arguing otherwise? No one was arguing that. And it's also just so self-defeating. Like, I feel like she would just get really mad if she ever had to read Karl Marx. When he was like, workers of the world unite, we have a world to win. It's like, no, it's not about winning. No, it's not. It's not about winning. Because apparently people only want to win for the sake of winning, and all leftists don't actually have any beliefs. It doesn't make sense. There's no substance behind any of the things that she says.
Ultimately, fascism and hate and bigotry, neoliberalism, even capitalism, is all about
Some people do want to win just for the sake of winning, but that's neither here nor there. Throw the bull. I don't know why that sounds so funny. The question of grown as a subscribers and potted plants. Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Wrappers in potted plants. That's so weird. But yeah. Oh my gosh, littering. I've got some littering stories, but I'll save them for next time. I don't know. I certainly know what I mean when I say that we need to fight. I'm pretty sure I used these words in the City of Bones video. I said that the fact that I think about the community that was lost in Poland. That's why I think we have to fight for all the communities that are in danger and that we have to stick together, you know? That literally means not allowing things like genocide to happen, to be an outspoken advocate for people that are not necessarily part of your immediate group. It means not buying into the bullshit of I'm a transsexual and therefore non-binary people are not like me. Which is... We will have to talk about this one day. You know? Because this is so ridiculous that it actually gets me angry, annoyed. Like... Oh, these people are not from my immediate circle, therefore they're not like me, therefore they should be excluded from the thing. Like, come on. Get over yourself. As a bi woman, I refuse to sell my trans siblings. Thank you. Like when, oh, I'm a transsexual because I suffer through transitioning and I have to do so much, and non-binary people don't have to, or those people don't. Who cares? Who cares? Get over yourself. Please. It's unbelievable, you know? Unbelievable. We're all in this together. Like, some of us have to do certain things, some of us don't. It doesn't... Oh boy. You know?
Just wants you fighting each other, and that's how it generates its power. And if you're like, no, I'm fighting to tear you down and doing something more beyond that. I have a goal in mind, and I'm fighting for these people who are fighting alongside me. You know, that's what we do for it. So it's not about winning. You win, but it's not about winning. It's about doing something next. Maximum Hue, hearts.
You can't do anything next if you don't win. That is the minimum requirement to actually building anything. This bitch.
To you, you said, are you a Nintendo, Xbox, PlayStation, or PC? Well, the answer to that is I'm none of them. I'm a human being. Sorry, that was the dorkiest way to answer that question. You know, if I ever say something stupid, like, let me know. That's the one thing I always want to talk about is, you know, is if I ever say anything like absolutely awful or terrible, I will always own up.
Listen.
I will always talk about it, and I will always try to
Really? I wonder how she's gonna follow this up.
take accountability for that. There are people who try to, well, we won't get into that. There are people who try to hold you accountable
Keppel's mentioned.
for things that they make up in their brain.
I cannot with this sound. This is what I mean when I say JC. I say just as no name. She's spineless. Honestly, pisses me off. Right. Like, you don't fight and build something better by internet left-wing infighting and signing off on videos that call Shark Rio Zero. Okay, that's, you know, that's, yeah. Damn, at least you passed your cringe of the thing sound to me. I cannot stand that sound. It's just, why can't you get a nice sound like O'Berry with a door shutting sound. Why can't you do that? Something that's not super jarring and abrupt and sudden and weird. Make a nice thing like "Oh Berry," which is nice to the ear, I'm sure. Especially for Resident Evil fans. Trust me, the people that hate binary trans people hate non-binary people just as much. Exactly. Also, acceptance of gender nonconformity will almost always lead to more trans acceptance, so supporting non-binary people will help binary trans people just as much. True. But I don't really think... Like, I think we should move a little bit beyond that even, you know? We should support a minority group that is not part of our immediate group, even if we have like zero, even if like it connects to us, like they live somewhere out there and it connects to us in no way. We don't get anything from it, you know? It helps us in no way. We should still support the group. Like, it should be important. You know? It should be... There can be a theoretical thought at the back of our minds, but if it didn't really help us as well, then would we really help, you know? It has to be like unconditional, if that makes sense. I agree that it does help. As well. Lucy is left this weekend when that's what separates us from the right or something. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You know? And we win by standing together, of course, not by... Exactly. Like, I get no benefit from, say, supporting the Uyghurs in China, but doesn't matter. They're human beings that deserve to be treated as such as, like, me and mine. True. Agreed. This is how you will, like, this is how you build international solidarity as well, you know? We need to build that international solidarity, that we all stand together. Not we're all in our little circles and every group is out for itself. That makes no sense at all on any level. You know?
But if I fuck up, I always wish to be accountable for things I fuck up.
Okay, so wait. So she's saying if I fuck up, please hold me
Exactly.
accountable.
Helps no one.
Except anyone who's criticizing me because you're all fucking crazy and you all make shit up. Oh, this is great.
And I think that's how we all grow together, right? You know, fascism and fascism is built on this cynicism, right? That we are all the worst things that we've ever done, so why try? It's this idea.
I wonder if she's going to blame the fact that she's gaslighting her entire audience right now on the same toxic masculinity that she blamed throwing her cat on.
Like, you know, we're all awful. People are all awful. People are all inherently the worst, or just terrible, disgusting, gross things. So why care? Give yourself to the machine, the greater project of humanity, because, you know, we're all awful humans. We can make something better. And it's this very cynical thing. It's like you can never grow, you can never change.
Wait. I gotta go back.
Inherently the worst people who try to hold you accountable.
I'm not going back. There is no going back, only forward.
But
for us.
If I fuck up, I always wish
there's
to
no going
be
back.
accountable for things I fuck up. And I think that's how we all grow together, right? You know, fascism and fascism is built on this cynicism, right? That we are all the worst things that we've ever done, so why try?
Where is she getting this from? That's not what fascism is built on. Like,
True.
the fascist ethos is that the world is in a state of degeneracy and we need to return the world back to the perfection that it used to be. It's a romanticization of a past
In the
that never
50s.
existed. Like, fascism is not
You have to go
cynical.
back to
It's cynical in like the classical sense of the term, but fascism itself is not a cynical belief system. I think that if she truly believed in the accountability rhetoric that she espouses, she would be willing to, at the bare minimum, acknowledge what people are trying to hold her accountable for, even if she doesn't believe it. But she's not even willing to do that. She has to talk around it. She has to do these streams where she says, I'm not going to talk about the drama, but, and then she just lays it all out in the most cowardly way possible.
It's this idea that, like,
I need some feedbacks. Fake out Carl Parker has some for me when it comes to the layout. I need to hear it later. That's not what fascism means. So there's this idea that people can't, or more importantly, shouldn't change, but that's not the basis of fascism. Anytime I remember the hit piece by wait, who's FM? Like an foreign man. FM is foreign man. Okay. All I can think of is him bringing up Jesse and how that didn't... It's foreign man, right? FM? Okay. Okay, good.
You know, we're all awful. People are all awful. People are all inherently the worst, or just terrible, disgusting, gross things. So why care? Give yourself to the machine, the greater project of humanity, because, you know, we're all awful humans. We can make something better. And it's this very cynical thing. It's like, you can never grow, you can never change, you can never get better. That's a very fascistic mindset, right? It's why you see a lot of, like, this cancel culture narrative of people like, you know, to use the, you know, the easy one, J.K. Rowling or whatever. It's like, oh, you know, they deny accountability because they're like, why grow, why change? I'm right. This is just the way it is.
Didn't you try to do the quote-unquote cancel
like,
culture
well,
on Shark?
I see a lot of my conservative family members really is more what I mean. Conservative family members who I talk to, I'm always like, well, don't you want to try to make things better? It's like, well, this is just the way the world is. I'm like, but you should try to make it better, because we can be better. And so it's a reminder to focus on that.
I just, like, when she does these kinds of analyses, I always get very confused. Like, I remember the one time that she was upset about trans people criticizing her on Twitter, and she put out like an entire twit-longer where she compared all of her trans critics to Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh.
Really?
Just like the analogies that she uses are very confusing to me. Like, I don't think that this definition of fascism actually makes any sense. She doesn't really seem to have a good understanding of politics. And when I heard that phrase, give yourself to the machine, I remember that she tweeted that phrase once. So I decided to look it up, and I realized that she's getting her understanding of politics, specifically the definition of fascism, from the ending speech of Charlie Chaplin's The Great Dictator. And it makes a lot of sense when you realize that she gets all of her political analysis from media that she consumes. Once I figured that out, I was like, okay, now it makes sense why she is just ideologically all over the place.
I see.
We do fuck up. We're not perfect. We sometimes do very awful things.
Oh boy.
But the way through is to remember that we can grow from it. And sometimes the harm we cause cannot be repaired. You know, sometimes we hurt people, sometimes we cause damage, sometimes we destroy things, and that thing can't be put back together. That person won't forgive us. The trauma or harm that we cause the other person can't be fixed. That sucks and is awful, and you have to accept that, and you have to take accountability for it, and in whatever way that means. But you also hope that you always have to hope to move forward from where you're at, to look forward.
You cannot just hope.
Try to grow from where you are.
What?
And if you're doing that, I think that's all we can ever ask of anybody, and I think that's what gets us through to make something better. Now, it's not to excuse harm. It's to say when harm happens, you need to acknowledge it and understand.
This is crazy that she's saying these things, because she can't even acknowledge when she does harm. She is incapable of doing that time and time again. It's why she's so afraid to even acknowledge the things that people are mad about, because she doesn't want to be held accountable. She doesn't believe in accountability, but she pretends.
To say Jessie is incoherent because she gets her takes from media, I feel is inaccurate. I get some of my takes from media too. Difference is that I actually believe the stuff I say. I think there's some value in getting your takes from. I mean, it depends on the media as well, right? Like the new book by Agnieszka Holland about the border crisis. That's a movie. It's in the cinema right now. That's a form of media, but you can get really, really good value from that movie. You know? To be fair, that's supposed to be a good movie, and Charlie Chaplin himself was Jewish. But getting all of your public analysis from media is probably a bad idea. I think you need a healthy balance. Like, you need a healthy balance. You cannot just get it just from the media. But media can be a great supplement if you read about things from books or other things when you sort of formulate your thinking. The media can be a great supplement, you know? In my opinion, absolutely. You know? Think, like, again, the movie about the current border crisis is a movie, but it's still a really good movie and can be a bolster to. It definitely shook many people's beliefs when it comes to how they will treat refugees on the border. Many people cried watching that movie. So I believe it might shake things up for some, hopefully. You know? Oh my gosh. No, no, no! What? I got trapped! Is this for real? Okay, I've got one healing thing. Head.
Hens that she does.
I've actually kept a healing thing just for this occasion. If I get to it, then we win. If I cannot, then we die. Can you rule? You must be ready before getting political takes from media analysis. True. It's good to get it from variety of venues, media, research, study history, personal experience.
And also, the thing with the Charlie Chaplin, the great dictator. Yeah, great movie. Charlie Chaplin, fantastic actor. The point there really was just that I think that Jessie gets her political worldview from snapshots of media analysis, and she doesn't actually scratch the surface of anything. She just watches and consumes the content, and then she tries to extrapolate on that content that she watched.
And that we still can move forward, but you have to acknowledge the harm first in order to grow, in order to heal in as much as we can.
Heal. I need to heal.
So.
What a coincidence.
Anyways,
I need to heal.
I think it has been about an hour. So I think I am about to wrap up this stream. But
after 1 hour?
Thank you, everybody.
Weak streamer.
Fuck it, I won't go into everything because it'll be. I don't want to get into specifics.
Oh, that noise
what
again.
I will say is this.
Imagine wrapping up stream after 1 hour. Could not be me.
Like I said at the top,
literally
of the stream,
could not be me.
There are a bunch of reasons, like moving, and I got my film stuff, but I haven't done a lot of live streams lately. But there has been personal stuff that has sucked.
I'm strong. And Jesse Gender is weak.
My life and online.
Damn, Lucy, why did you pass the
without getting
cringe
into
to
too
me?
much of it, there's just I've been dealing with a lot from online stuff. And has not.
Thank you, Chazardis, for getting the tier 1
and
subscription.
part of it
Thank
has
you.
made me very,
Thank you so much. Hopefully we can
scared
heal.
and anxious a little bit about being online. I have come to realize I love making art. I love community. I love
I do love making
being
art
with
as
all
well.
of you.
So, okay, so first of all, to the people asking,
Yes!
this was cut down. This is the 13 minutes where she addresses the drama, and the rest is...
Yes! Yes, 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 yes! Gigglers, are we watching Kefal? Yes, we are, Arkyle. But we're about to watch something really serious in a moment. Marathon 1 hour stream. We're
Just
about
her
to watch
ranting
something
about
really
Star
good.
Trek. But it's so
I'm
frustrating.
gonna reward
to hear her
everyone
say these
here who
things
was...
when
I'm gonna reward every single one of you who is still here after 5 hours, 40 minutes.
When I've had to deal with legitimate online abuse, it resulted in doxing and hacking and swatting, and people, literally thousands of people, doing literally anything they can to ruin my life, to ruin my family's life, to try to make me end my own life. But for her, it's just her own fans. It's leftists, it's queer people, it's people who just want her to acknowledge the harm that she's done. She has actually committed pain at scale, and she's unwilling to acknowledge
Oh my
this.
god.
She just
Leave
gives
me
up
alone.
these vague platitudes. I think that you should be
Those
able to address
enemies.
these things. If
Annoying.
you call yourself a progressive, if you call yourself a leftist. Even if she disagrees with it, she should still be able to say, yeah, I did this, and I don't think it's a big deal.
Damn.
And hanging out with people and making things for people and connecting with
I think it's
people
a
and trying to
bit of a
build
big
hopeful
deal.
Things. But I don't like being a figure that people talk about as like a person, as like a commodity,
you.
really. I don't really like that. And it feels very dehumanizing. And because of that, I've had a fear, I guess, of being online a little bit, and part of that fear just coming out of all the
I'm
shit that
brave.
dealing with,
I'm not afraid.
It is not maybe want to do live streams in a while, and I knew that doing a live stream, I would see all of you, and you would all be wonderful and kind and amazing. I know that. But just
True.
dealing with stuff, it's been difficult, and I was scared to even do this live stream today, and just thank you for making this live stream really kind and
I don't actually understand. Like, if you're gonna do politics content, which is the central focal point of politics, is conflict. There is no other way to view politics as not a conflict between people and society. And I don't understand how you can do politics content and then get upset that you find yourself in conflict with other people. I mean, I really hope that the Star Trek content works out for her, but this is just kind of sad.
full of wonderful people. It reminded me why I love doing this and why I like being here. So all of you, just thank you, and I adore you all. And thank you. You honor me with you all being kind and wonderful and amazing. And thank you for being here.
So, now we have an update. After several months, Jessie has finally acknowledged everything. I mean, in the way that Jessie does acknowledge these things, but
What?
I'm glad that she finally did. And the takeaway from this is, at least
Now
what I
I'm
got,
getting super
anyone who
heals.
criticizes me is making shit up. People who are trying to hold me accountable are fascists, and that she has
Damn.
a very unhealthy reliance on her online community for positive reinforcement without getting into it.
Oh my
Weird
god.
thing is that oversensitive people create a hyper-toxic environment where everybody obsessively watches
I
what
hate
they
that
say
sound.
and worries about having opinions. Yeah, no, exactly. I hate that about the online left. For years, up until the entire scandal where I said the dreaded retard word, I was terrified
Damn.
of the online left because they always snipe at each other. They want to tear each other down more than they want to tear down their ideological opponents.
Okay, I think we're done with the level, actually. We're done.
At last, the end is near.
True. Again, this is what I say when I mean Jessie's a nameless. She'd forsaken her name to avoid consequences. True. But I have to make one thing clear. Okay? There's conflict in order to actually achieve something, and then there's conflict for the sake of conflict, basically. Conflict for the sake of drama. There are conflicts that are just a waste of time. I will say it. Not all conflicts are equal. Some conflicts are genuinely just a waste of energy and time. Just so you know, right? Just because politics is conflict does not mean that you have to throw yourself into every possible potential conflict and without discrimination. And yes, I will also preemptively add that I'm pretty sure that Keffels is on the same page with me when I say it. But I just felt that that needed to be said. Conflicts in video games are typically fun, true. Moonfire. The magic attack is Fang of the Ifrit. Actually looks like a pretty cool weapon while we're at it. Hello. We all like video games in here. Alright, we're gonna go to the toilet. We're gonna finish up the video with Keffels. So I'm gonna go
And
to
it's
the
really
toilet.
sad. And I'm glad.
Now I'm gonna show the people that are still here a grand reward. A grand reward. All right, that's right.
That I am in a space where I've decided that we don't need to be like that. We can be progressives, we can be leftists, and we don't have to worry about the woke scolds who are going to constantly do everything in their power
I scold
in order
people.
to fucking destroy us. I feel like that might be a bit of an exaggeration, but they literally go at your throat. Oh, hey, Poppy. I hope you're recovering from the surgery. Congrats, by the way. It's funny. In leftist spaces, I am more afraid of coming out as a veteran than I am coming out as trans because people will demand I be executed for bad decisions I made when I was 18. Oh, my God. It's so juvenile. Like, the amount...
Oh, veteran. We've entered the bad empanada discourse now, I guess.
of, quote-unquote leftists who are literally, like, the biggest fucking LARPers I've ever met. They find out that I'm in Northern Ireland, and then they immediately start getting mad at me, and they don't actually even understand the political situation here. It's honestly, like, the more people that I meet here who are on the left, the more I realize how much they hate American leftists and their dog shit understanding of the political situation in the country I live in. But this is me going on a tangent. Mika said,
People wake me up, I call them instant woes. True!
read it as her having too thin skin, So when she gets feedback that hurts, she gets defensive before she can even figure out if there's a good basis for the criticism. Yeah. Like, I don't think that you should just be an asshole for no reason. I definitely think there's a point where you can be too mean. But I think that the only way to have a healthy space is to be able to facilitate discourse among people that should be comrades with each other.
I don't think you need to be mean to give someone criticism, by the way.
You don't have to like everyone. You don't have to be everyone's friend, but you should realize that we are all on the same side ultimately.
That's true.
And we need to work together, or else we will not accomplish shit.
True. And shit needs to be accomplished. I wanted to insert poop joke, but I will spare you that for now. Puppy from Puppy and Zen, a great YouTuber. Puppy got bottom. Okay, I get it. Thank you, Arkael. Okay, now it's time for the reward. But first, I go to the toilet to accomplish things. I'll be right back when I'm accomplished. Don't go anywhere. The reward will be here when I'm back. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be the best content you've ever seen in your entire... I'll be back. Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready. In life you must be woke. Okay. Now I'm ready to give you your reward. To all of you that have stayed. So, love and solidarity, true. Be kind to people and ruthless to systems. Be ruthless to bad ideas as well. So, what I'm trying to say is that I'm reading a book called Final Solutions, Genociders and Their Aftermaths. And I am going to meet the author of the book today. There will be a Holocaust topic discussed. And also, in addition, I'll be asking the person about the Holodomor because his book has 2 chapters on the Holodomor. And I've discovered, as a treat for you right now, so that you can get a feel for this amazing journalist who specializes in genocide. And we've discovered that this person actually has videos that we can watch together. And we're gonna do just that. The video called Final Solutions, Genociders and Their Aftermath. So strap in. This one's gonna be really good. This is gonna be amazing. It's gonna be well worth you being here if you're into really good history and really good discussion. Let's go. Without further ado, this video is 1 hour long. So this is the author, this is the person, Konstanty Gebert, nickname Kostek. Let's go. Gonna hear some important things on genocide. The topic is going to be heavy, but I trust we will learn a lot from this endeavor. Let's go. You've all been waiting for this, I hope.
Welcome. I'm Elise Lieberman, the director of the Toby Center for Jewish Life and Learning here in Warsaw. We're delighted to see so many of you, especially those who started with us last week, and so many new faces as well. For those of you who are new to our program, we extend a warm welcome and hope that we will see you here each month. This evening's conversation between Professor Dariusz Stola and our author Konstanty Gebert will take approximately 45 minutes, and it will be followed
Amazing.
by a Q&A session. As usual, we invite you to put a comment, but preferably a question, in the chat box, and we will do our best to field some of those questions.
Perfect.
So I think we're here to not just resume, but take off with the
The book is here. The book that I'm reading. This is the book. I know this book.
conversation, and I am delighted to hand the mic over to Professor Stola. Dariusz.
Thank you very much. I'm really glad to see so many people listening to Konstanty and me this evening after rather unsuccessful start last week. There are good reasons to listen. The book which has appeared last year in Polish,
very good
The Final
book.
Solutions,
Very good book.
about the génocidaires, as the French call them, the genocidal killers, and the effect of their work. The author is very well known in Poland for a variety of reasons. He has written and spoken many times on Polish Jewish past and present, on Near East, but he has also a personal experience with the history presented in this book. Namely, he's been a number of times in Yugoslavia or former Yugoslavia in the early 1990s during the war and the mass crimes committed there, especially with Tadeusz Mazowiecki, who at that time was the official United Nations representative dealing with that matter, who resigned symbolically. So this book is not only extensive, more than 600 pages of small print.
Of the book, I'm afraid there might not be an English. I will ask the author today, okay? If there is an English translation of the book. I will ask the author, because I'll be meeting the author today. So I will ask.
It's comprehensive and it's insightful, and there are other reasons to read it.
It's really good. It's
don't
really good.
read Polish yet. Nobody's perfect. It may take you some time, and I hope there will be a translation. So I'm not.
Well, there you go. At the time of making this video, there was not a translation yet. How old is this video? It's approximately like 1 year ago. So 1 year ago there was no translation yet.
Going to make any resume of this book, it would be impossible. I'm only going to say that it presents several cases of genocide that fits with the definition of the United Nations Convention against the Genocides, the definition which was designed by...
Keep in mind, I could translate. Yeah, we could translate bits of this book. I will be using this book to discuss Holodomor for sure. And yes, this person is saying it gives case studies of genocides that fit the UN definition. Holodomor is in the book. Okay? It has 2 chapters dedicated to the Holodomor, this book. So once again, let's listen to to what this person is saying, just to be clear.
United Nations Convention against the Genocides, the definition which was designed by Raphael Lemkin, a Polish Jewish genocide. It presents several cases.
It presents several cases of genocides
that fits with the definition of the United Nations
that fit with the definition of the United Nations. Holodomor is in the book.
Convention against the Genocides, the definition which was designed by Raphael Lemkin, a Polish Jewish lawyer, who, in response to the killing of his family and most of the Polish Jews during the Second World War, but he started thinking about this new kind of crime already before the Second World War. He thought about other terms, and only in the early post-Second World War period he developed this new idea, more specific idea, which is now in the definition of the international legal definition of the genocide, and the new name to describe this new kind of crime. And Constante shows that there is a history longer than the Second World War to the story, going back to the early 20th century, and related to the colonial history, the imperial history, and specifically to the German colonial history in Africa. And possibly there has been no end yet to this history. We are actually facing, and I can speak in the present continuous, facing a series of mass crimes committed against a minority in communist China, the Uyghurs, which meets at least some of the requirements of the United Nations definition, but let me leave it to the author. Let me start with the
transgenocide. Just knowing the level of physical and cultural destruction of Poland's Jewish community is heartbreaking. That's true. And there's a lot more to talk about. And we will talk about it very soon. Very soon. But today it is important for us to listen to Constante Gebert.
Basic question, because I think there is a lot of misunderstanding about what the genocide specifically is and how does it differ from so many mass massacres that we know from history, including the biblical history. Mass killing of the inhabitants of the towns taken over after siege, mass destruction, ethnic cleansing, and so on. What's the difference between the genocide and the old good massacre?
So we are going to hear a very respected academic give a explanation. What is the difference, for example, between genocide and mass murder? I heard this author speak on it a little bit in a live meeting, and I wonder if he'll repeat any of it now. I also posit the Irish potato famine was genocide committed by the British Empire. Agreed. 100%.
This, of course, depends on the definition you want to adopt. As you said, I'm using Lemkin's definition, the way it was formulated in the UN Convention, not because I think it is ideal, but because this is the only definition that has behind it the full power of international law. And we had people actually sentenced on the basis of that definition. But in historical discourse, we've got over 50 different definitions of genocide. So the answer
50. We have 50 different definitions of genocide within
to
academia.
your question, obviously, will depend on which definition you adopt. If we stay on the grounds of the Lemkin definition, its crucial sentence says that genocide is acts committed with the intent to exterminate in part or in whole a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. The word intent is crucial. Genocide is not just killing a lot of people. It is a project whose goal is to remove a group of people from the face of the earth. It is not about looting them. It's not about enslaving them.
Right.
It's not about exploiting them. It is about having them gone. And in any criminal trial, as any lawyer will tell you, proving intent is always the most difficult thing, because you really have to go into the head of the criminal and prove, usually against his protestations, what his genuine intent was. And using that definition, only a number of mass crimes can be considered genocides. And since intent is fundamental, they're all related to a vision of a better future that will be achieved once the goal is implemented.
You understand what he's saying here, right? The people that are genociding a group believe that they are working towards a better world that they will create without that group in it, which is a crucial thing within genocide. And that is exactly why it is ludicrous to try to deny the trans genocide. Because think back to any speech of Matt Walsh or any of the people that call for taking away the rights of trans people. What do they think of? They think of the better world, quote unquote, that they will create once the group that they hate is gone. Of course, think back to any of the speeches of those people about trans people, and you will see this. You will see what Constante Gebert is talking about very clearly.
And this, too, is crucial for my understanding of genocide. Mass murder is committed by people who like to kill, like to torture, like to rape, like to loot. And sadly, many of us do. Genocide has nothing to do with the satisfaction of urges of this kind. The génocidaires I spoke to in Rwanda didn't like what they were doing.
This is crucial.
But they were inspired by the lofty vision of a better Rwanda once all the Tutsis will be dead.
This is crucial. People committing the genocide don't have to derive some personal pleasure from doing it. They can be guided by some imagined idea of a better world that they are creating, even if they don't like what they have to do to achieve it. Does that make sense? Does that make sense what Constante Gebert is saying here? People can even really not like what they're doing. But the goal of achieving the thing, the world without those people, is what drives them.
This is the vision that inspired the Nazis. This is the vision that Pol Pot had in mind when he started exterminating his fellow Cambodians. Ultimately, it is a moral vision. The world after genocide will be better. So even though we take no pleasure, the génocidaire would say, in the act of genocide, we draw moral satisfaction from our contribution to a better world.
And I think this is very crucial. I think this is very important, in my personal opinion, to remember this, to think about this.
You believe that some people believe that killing masses of other people is a moral duty? Duty to whom? To what?
Well, this depends on the worldview that enables and indeed encourages genocide. It is a duty to a better world, but that better world needs to be better for the group that you think deserves it.
Easy to refer to this as, okay, but as you acknowledged, that is not the only definition, because too many scholars, this is a distinction without a difference. This is semantic game. Distraction from the point. The distraction from what point? Like, we're sort of getting into what the group is trying to do when they do the genocide, what drives them. And there is clearly a distinction between a group that raids a city and, for example, kills some of the people and then they get tired and satisfied, and a systemic program to kill every single member of a group. You know? And this is the distinction that is being drawn here. You know?
For the Nazis, it was very clear that better world should be better for the Germans.
Let's keep in mind, he's not speaking authoritatively here, that this is the, you know?
And other Aryans, the rest of us could go to hell, and almost did. For the Interahamwe in Rwanda, the world will be better for the Hutu once they're rid of the Tutsis. For Stalin and the Bolsheviks, the world will be better once there no longer will be Ukrainian kulaks sabotaging the revolution. For General Lothar von Trotta, commander of...
This is extremely applicable for Ukraine.
German colonial troops in what was then a German Southwest Africa, and today is called Namibia. The world will be better without the Herero and the Nama, who are impeding the glorious progress of German colonization. All of them had a vision of a world which would be better, not necessarily for everybody, but for the people who deserve it. And in order for that world to be better, people who do not deserve to live should be eliminated.
So in fact, you imply here a kind of a perverse version of progress. That the génocidaires believe that they can bring a better world, that there is a progress, a perverse idea of progress, and they can bring it out.
Well, yes, because I think that we can call the genocide the bastard child of enlightenment. Before enlightenment, nobody had the idea that government has an obligation to improve the lot of the people it is governing, right? Governments were thugs whom people paid to protect them from even worse thugs. But nobody expected a medieval lord to take care of sanitation, education, public health. This was the new idea that Enlightenment brought forward. And it was a wonderful idea that we owe the possibility of having this conversation to the Enlightenment.
1 second. Saki, it's not about pleasure enjoyment, and genocide is often not just about killing the physical people, but killing what makes them, their language, culture, religion, history. You see this in the way indigenous peoples in the US and Canada were forced into residential schools and their language and cultural practices were banned. Yes, and you could see this during the Holocaust as well, while we're at it.
We wouldn't have modern medicine, education, human rights. I mean, the whole package. We owe it to the Enlightenment. But there is a glitch in the Enlightenment project. Because what are you supposed to do if some people stand in the way of the better world that we are trying to build and refuse to change, refuse to be socialized, refuse to step aside by their very existence, endangering this glorious project that we want to bring to fruition? Eventually, well, there's simply no other way than getting rid of them for the greater common good. So, yes, this is a vision of progress, which is pathological, perverted, but stems from the same roots that the glorious Enlightenment project stems. And I think it's important to note that, because we often say, learning of a genocide, that this is barbarian, this is medieval, this is a throwback to ancient times. And through those words, we refuse to accept responsibility for what this really is, an intrinsic part of the modern project. The ancients didn't commit genocide. If you read about massacres which routinely would take place when an army would finally, say, conquer a besieged city, the descriptions are horrible. Be it Carthage, be it Baghdad at the hands of the Mongols, be it Constantinople at the hands of the Turks, be it mutual slaughter between different sects of Christians during the religious wars in Europe. But those massacres usually last a couple of days. I haven't found any description of any massacre that would take longer than a week. Because, I mean, how much can you murder and torture and rape and loot and kill? I mean, there can't be too much of a good thing. Eventually, you get tired. And if somebody survives, then let them live. Who cares? The génocidaire thinks in the exactly opposite way. Anybody surviving is a fundamental threat to the project. This is why, say, the Germans in occupied Poland could send the detachment of soldiers to the forest because there was a rumor that there are 2 Jewish kids hiding there.
Right, yeah.
This is radically different from what barbarians would do. This is a modern, thorough state.
I'm pretty sure that Zygmunt Bauman, another Polish Jewish thinker, would have agreed that genocide is a modern project. In his great book about Holocaust and modernity, he referred to the moral conditions for committing a genocide. I think you went a step farther in thinking about the intentions.
And there's a lot, you know, to think about here. About how genocide is also a modern thing that emerged with modern states. What Constanta is saying here is incredibly important. The idea that we have about genocide being something only mustache-twirling barbarians commit is the banality of evil, that the most of evil acts can be done by perfectly normal people taking certain philosophies to gruesome conclusions. Yes, that in order to achieve their glory, the glorious, perfect world, some people are in the way. That is the philosophy. I think I misunderstood the context he was saying that, and I see.
Only the way of doing it, but also
I told you this was a great treat. It was a great treat to all of you gigglers. I knew you would like it. If you have any questions to this person, I will ask them in your, I will ask them for you. If you have any questions, ask in the chat. I will be seeing this person today. So do ask if you have any,
the intention of doing it being very modern. And here we come to the Holocaust, to the Shoah, to Zagłada, as we call it in Polish.
Zagłada.
I understand that although you refrain from analyzing this particular genocide in depth, you mention it, you mention the behavior of the killers, you quote extensively the speech in Poznań, which explains the morality of the SS officers committing mass crimes in Eastern Europe. But here we touch a problem which is sensitive and controversial, namely the comparability of the Shoah to other mass killings. Could you please comment about it? Can we compare the Holocaust to something else?
First, thank you for mentioning Bauman. I stand on the backs of giants, Lemkin and Bauman. Bauman put forward his very radical theory of the Shoah as an example of modernity and was raked over hot coals for it. And I simply think he wasn't radical enough. It is not only the Shoah, genocide itself conforms to Bauman's model. And this we know from Lemkin's definition, which can be applied universally to other genocides. But this, of course, raises the question you have raised. Can the Shoah be compared? And we know the radical position that, say, Elie Wiesel took. Said, no, it is unique. It is, as Cohen said, the tremendum. It cannot be comprehended. It cannot be compared. Comparing it is a travesty at best, if not actually an insult to the memory of the victims. I think he was wrong. Now, it's a horrible thing for me to say. I mean, whom am I to tell Wiesel or his shadows that he was wrong? But I think he was wrong for two separate reasons. One is there's simply too much in common between what happened in the Shoah and the Poraimos, which was the genocide of the Roma and Sinti, which took place.
Exactly. That is an excellent point. I'm really happy that he is mentioning the genocide of the Roma people and the Sinti. This is, in my mind, what makes this person a great scholar of genocide.
The same time, and the earlier genocide of the Armenians in the Ottoman Empire, and the later genocide of the Tutsi at the hands of the Hutu extremists in Rwanda. the similarities are just too flagrant to ignore. But more importantly, I think we cannot afford not to compare for two fundamental reasons. One is, in order to try to understand, we need to compare. Science is built on comparison. If we say that something is incomparable,
Right.
we say it is beyond the reach of human analytical thought. In a world which continues to have genocides, we cannot afford this luxury. We need to understand in order to be able to prevent.
Right. Never again.
But even more importantly, if we say this is beyond our capacity of analysis and reflection, we relegate all those involved, perpetrators and victims together, to a separate moral universe. We cannot analyze, we cannot judge, we reject
Right.
them.
Exactly. Those are very good points. Very good. I really wanted to show you anything from this person, and I found it, and now I can present it to you. And if you have any questions that you'd like to ask him, again, ask, and I will ask him today. Imagine feeling this guy questions from Lonerbox. I mean, if Lonerbox gave me questions to ask, then maybe I'd ask them. Lonerbox is not here. You are here.
I don't think we have that right. So here I'm with Yehuda Bauer, who also started off by saying that the Shoah is unique and then changed.
I mean, I can ask it, but the answer would be no. He already sort of answered it within this talk. The idea is pathological. It's a bastard child of the Enlightenment. The idea of creating a better world through elimination of an entire group is wrong. It's flawed. It doesn't actually create a better world. You know? I think he sort of already answered this. But I can ask this if you want. I will ask this. I'm gonna write down the questions. One moment. Apologies. I'll write down all of the questions from all of you and ask them if I have the chance. Which I think I will. There is a strong chance that I will actually have the chance. But I think the answer has already been provided here.
Changed his mind and said it is unprecedented.
Would the perpetrators say that they made a better world rather? Like, after all is said and done, they look at their society and say it's better for them. They might. They probably would, yeah. But it wouldn't mean that the world would actually be better, you know? There's this difference there. I have no doubt that Matt Walsh would be content if he could get rid of all trans people. I have no doubt about that. That Matt Walsh, in his twisted worldview, would actually be content, and that he would think that he made his world a better place, if that makes sense. You know? Does that make sense? The idea that removing entire people will somehow make the world better is inherently flawed, and that it can and has never been demonstrated empirically. Right.
Before the Shoah, there was nothing quite like it. But he says, since it happened, this is proof enough that it can happen again.
True. Yes.
And then,
since the Shoah happened, it is proof enough that it can happen again. Those are very good words as well. Very good.
therefore, yes, we can compare.
Well, I understand that to say that something is incomparable, you must first compare it. And a more modest version of it is to say that something is fundamentally different. And indeed, there are some aspects of the Shoah that make it different from the genocide of the Armenians or the Tutsi or the Herero people. Could you please specify what are these features that make the Shoah different from any other genocide?
Well, first of all, there is a concentration of evil action and evil intent in the Shoah, which seldom was seen in the cases of other massacres.
Hate is incompatible with life. True. I agree. What do you think of the video so far? And also, try to give me some questions for... I have my own questions, by the way, for the author. Well, they're more technical questions, but I have my own things that I want to ask. Great video.
Maybe because this crime was committed by a highly educated and highly industrialized nation. And therefore, it could be delegated to specialists. Not more than 20,000 people were involved in the actual events of the Shoah. Also,
that is horrifying to think about, by the way.
The victims were not in any way a threat to the killers. And finally,
also correct. Example, elderly and small children.
It happened in the very heart of civilized Europe, which likes to think of itself as, well, better than those places out there where they do those horrible things.
What a rude awakening. What a rude awakening.
So yes, there are differences, important differences. And just as it is important to compare, it is also important to remember the differences, which is why almost every genocide has its own separate, proper name. We say the Shoah, or as you quote it in Polish, Zagłada. The Poraimos, the devouring.
Which is for the Roma people, Poraimos. Zagłada in Polish means the destruction, the extermination, Zagłada. You know? Poraimos in
the Roma language
Roma
is a separate term for a separate event, even if it happened at the same time. The Armenians speak of the Medzyeben, the Great Destruction. The Tutsi speak of the Génocide, but they spell it with a J instead of a G as the first letter, which makes it also separate. I think this is important.
Right.
It is almost as if we were speaking about different individuals.
Yes, that is also very important. This is our experience, right? This is our trauma as well. This thing has its own name because that is what happened to our people, and that is something that is unique to our experience, if that makes sense. What's interesting about the Holocaust is that Hitler himself never gave the actual orders to kill all Jewish people. He just said that they should be dealt with and whatever they those on the ground deemed it was one of the defenses the higher ups in government used. We never gave. Yeah, but that's basically just plausible deniability. And trauma is passed down for generation. Yes, actually. Interesting that you say that because my mom was actually she told me this just yesterday when I was at her place that she was in a meeting, real life meeting that was actually about it, about trauma being passed down for generations. That's a excellent point. It is.
Now, individuals can have the same experience, but they will experience that same experience
differently.
Yeah. All of us have been in love, but I wouldn't want to tell anybody that his love was just identical to another. So we need to remember the specificity as we compare. And there is an added danger in treating the Shoah as it were the model for genocide.
There is, yeah.
As if it was the
blueprint
model of the meter, which is conserved in Sèvres, and other measures are measured against it. It does not have to be a Shoah to be a genocide.
Exactly. And that is why many cowards refuse to use the name genocide. Because when they hear genocide, they think of the Shoah, they think of the Holocaust. And they openly say it. And they assume everybody else will think of it that way as well. This is why they say, why use this word? Why use genocide? You see? This is the danger that Constante Gebert is directly talking about. Yeah, you're right. That is why so many indigenous people communities suffer high rates of addiction and suicide. Because I would argue that indigenous people are not even allowed to properly process that trauma. And that's a whole other topic, you know? I don't think indigenous people are even allowed to heal from that trauma. I genuinely think that. Like, yes, you inherit trauma, but you have to be also allowed to move through it, heal. If I'm not mistaken, the first instance of the world genocide was used to describe the Armenian genocide. I believe you're right.
Genocides can differ, and we need to respect their specificity.
Yes, we do. Definitely have to.
Well, I see that you require us, or at least people whose job is to think and distinguish between events, to give names, as in the Garden of Eden, man gave name to all the animals, is to give a name to each of these individual cases of the
and I
genocide.
agree with this.
And
same with the Holodomor, which also has its own name, the Great Hunger. Holodomor, the hunger. So it fits within this broader idea. This is such a thoughtful and respectful conversation too. It's important to have such conversations in such a way. And I would like this channel to expose the audience to more material such as this, you know? I think the content creation, quote unquote, sphere is oversaturated with dramas, with fighting for fighting's sake, with arguing that leads nowhere, with time wasters, you know? Like, it's important to put out there stuff like this as well, you know? And I will gladly take on the role, since my content is already about history, my content is about topic adjacent to this. I would like us to watch things like this and have a discussion while we do it, like exchange thoughts. I can talk to you while we watch something like this. You can talk to me, and we can discuss ideas while listening to people that are really that are renowned researchers, but do not have the reach. A lot of people would never sort of find something like this. A lot of people would not sort of encounter this as part of their, for example, YouTube experience. Like, this only has 1.1 thousand views. Like, people overlook this sort of thing, and I think it's important to consciously put these sort of discussions in front of people for us to discuss. Absolutely, it's why I came to this channel, to have meaningful conversations about things that really matter. Thank you. And I hope we can sort of grow the channel in this sort of direction. Let's continue.
Let me add an aspect which struck me. I remember when I saw for the first time a facsimile of the protocol of the Wannsee conference in January 1942, which was a meeting of coordinating meeting, speaking about the logistics of the pan-European killing of each and every Jew. And there was a long list of countries from Norway to Greece under German domination, but not only. Also Great Britain was on the list, which was outside of Hitler's reach at that time, but they had in mind that was a part of the plan that in the due time they will make it. But from the Nazi perspective, the general government Germans had established in occupied Poland was a colony and a periphery of a civilized world. So this is, I think it fits within this story of making genocides at the margins of the civilized world. And the Lublin district, where most of the killing took place, under Odilo Globocny, kind of an ideal, perfect Nazi, completely devoted Nazi killer, was the periphery of the Hitler's dominated Europe. Maybe a German land in the future, but that time it was a dumping ground for the Jews.
Well, yes, but I would not assume causality. That is, I don't think that the Germans murdered the Jews in Poland because it was the periphery of civilized Europe. They murdered the Jews in Poland because that's where the Jews were. This is what
and it was the biggest community in Europe at the time, Poland. 3.5 million Jewish people lived in Poland. That's half of all the estimated currently victims of the Holocaust. 6 million. 3.5. Of course, 300,000 to 400,000 Jewish people of Poland survived, but 3 million still died of Polish Jewish people.
Do when you have an industrial project. You build your factories where your raw materials are. And if your project is the industrial murder of millions, it makes much better sense to put the factories where the millions already are
Yeah.
than to invest into additional transportation to transfer them from where they are to where they will be killed. So, no, I actually don't think that Poland's periphery was the reason why the Germans chose us as their killing ground.
But that also made Shoah different from the previous cases of genocide. That means in case of Shoah, victims were shipped across Europe to Treblinka and Auschwitz and other locations in German-occupied Poland. While during the Armenian genocides, the victims were marched across Turkey. In German West Africa, the victims were marched into the desert. But there is always a kind of mobility related, and there is the logistics of the genocide. And I think you covered it quite extensively. Could you please add a little bit more about this logistical aspect, the mobility involved in the genocide?
Societies commit genocide according to their level of socioeconomic development.
Right.
And the two best examples at the two extremities of the scale would be Germany.
Everything goes back to the socio-economic circumstances. Everything. Which shows that it's important to have some grasp on sociology, which brings me to thanking Arkael for sending me a really good book on sociology. I still have to finish it, but it's a really good book.
Germany and Rwanda.
It's where almost all of Europe's Jewish people lived, almost the entire population and community wiped out. Yes.
Germany, as we had said, highly industrialized, highly educated society.
Speaking of Britain, something a little more hopeful. Fascism failed here after the Battle of Cable Street. A fight between a bunch of violent anti-Semitism and anti-immigrant fash led by Oswald Mosley were defeated in the streets by groups of Jewish and Irish diasporas working together. As both groups were also involved in union work, and Irish kids were looked after in Jewish homes when times were rough. It gives me hope for solidarity. Correct, yes. And there's a lot of example of solidarity between Roma people and Jewish people around Europe. And to give a bit of a hopeful tone to the Shoah, the Holocaust itself, I personally believe that a revival of the Jewish community in Poland is possible. It will take time and effort, but I believe in this project of revival of the Jewish community in this part of the world. But that's, of course, a whole different conversation.
That conducted its genocide as an industrial project, right? They built factories for it. They employed specialists who could run those factories. And then the problem simply was conveying those who are to be murdered to the killing institutions. Rwanda was and remains an agricultural society. And there, you couldn't do it using the intensive model that Germany had used for murdering Jews and Roma.
Right.
You use the extensive model, which is applicable to agriculture, which is why in Rwanda you had hundreds of thousands of perpetrators, because the killers had to go to where the victims were and slaughter them physically with machetes. Incidentally, it always struck me that no eyebrow was raised when the government of Rwanda suddenly imported 500,000 machetes, okay?
Right.
Produced by a very reliable British company from the best British steel. Nobody was surprised that out of the blue, they suddenly need 500,000 machetes. Those machetes were used for the slaughter. One of the genocidaires I spoke to told me that just how difficult it was. He told me, you see, the human being is a big animal, and it takes time and effort to slaughter it. And that obviously limited the effectiveness of the genocide, although this was compensated by the number of perpetrators.
By the way, the cover of the book, which we can see here, is a person who holds their family's remains, their genocided family. This person holds their relatives' bones in their hands on the cover of the book. A survivor of a genocide. I thought of a few questions. How does the erasure of indigenous language in the US compare to the erasure of Yiddish? Okay. How does I like this question. I'm writing it down. We will discuss the answers during the next stream, which I will actually take in quite a few days because we will be celebrating Jewish holidays to the erasure of Yiddish. What does the process of language erasure say about the plans of those who genocide? So when we watch something like this, the added benefit in this specific case is that I actually have access to the person that is speaking here. So we can turn this into an interesting interaction of us watching this, us discussing this, you giving me feedback and questions to the person, me conveying that to him, him answering to me, and me giving the answers back to you. So it can become a very potentially interesting dynamic if we manage to sort of work it out and get a hold of more people, you know, of more people that we can do this with. And I have a few people in mind already who we can create this sort of dynamic with. So there could be a lot of learning to be done for sure when it comes to this sort of dynamic, you know? There's a lot of amazing growth to be had. All right, let's continue. Let us move forward. Yeah. Constante Gebert even says here that it was a very basically how hands-on the genocide will be dependent at least partially on the socio-economic circumstances of the genocide, because every road leads to socio-economics. Also, interestingly enough, the author, this particular author has like a nickname amongst friends, which is derived from his name. People who know him and who are his friends call him Kostek, from the name Constante Kostek. I will even write it in the chat. And in the other chat as well. That is this friendly nickname that people have for him, that know him. Okay. All right. Let's continue watching.
If you look at the killing rates of Rwanda, they go
This
beyond
person is a very approachable person, by the way.
the killing rates of the German gas chambers because so many people were involved in the killing. Turkey is somewhere in between and slightly different. The Telegraph played a crucial role with the Turkish government, the Young Turks in Istanbul.
The Young Turks. I still cannot believe a certain internet program chose the name. But
communicating with the special organization, which was this military structure they had clandestinely set up to perform the murder, they communicated with them by telegraph. But it wouldn't be possible to have industrial murder in Turkey during World War I.
Yeah.
And no, they couldn't import 500,000 British machetes. So they essentially marched people to death. And those who survived were left to die of starvation and thirst in the Syrian desert around Deir el-Zor, which was a name of a town that came up recently during the Syrian civil war. But what is probably important to note, there was also a vast bureaucratic endeavor behind the Turkish genocide of the Armenians. Instructions were sent to the administrative authorities of the towns and villages from which the Armenians had been deported.
And Turkey is still doing its best to deny that genocide. Turkey did so much to deny that genocide that, however small, there actually exists a debate on whether or not it was a genocide or not. It is not a huge debate, but it exists. Just keep that in mind.
To allocate their property, their houses, their fields to Turkish war refugees. It was clear that those people who allegedly were being transferred elsewhere for their protection are not coming back. Interestingly enough, there was a project which was never fully implemented of deporting Greeks from the Aegean coast. Turkey expected Greece to immediately join the war against it. But there, it was very clear that this is going to be a temporary translocation, and very strict instructions were given about preserving the property of those Greeks who will be deported because they are coming back. So you really cannot have a genocide without extensive and creative planning,
Right.
and also without the capacity to improvise. In World War II, Germany could produce an industrial genocide. The first genocide of the century, the genocide of the Herero and the Nama in what is now Namibia, General Lothar von Trotha simply expelled them into the desert and then fenced the desert in. Some
Right.
30,000 people died of starvation, actually of thirst, before they could die of starvation. But interestingly enough, in the diary that the good general kept, there's a sentence which really expresses what the génocidaires have in mind.
Right.
He wrote after yet another clash with Herero and Nama insurgents who were simply not taking kindly to the fact the Germans were coming in and settling their pastures and converting them into fields. He wrote, I have determined that this nation needs to cease to exist.
And there we have it. I have determined that this nation needs to cease to exist. Isn't that the thought process behind many, many genocides, if not all of them?
You stress that it doesn't take to kill a lot of people. Not every mass killing is a genocide, but how small can be a genocide? You have been in Yugoslavia, you have visited Srebrenica, and you have written extensively about it. Can you have a micro genocide?
A genocide is a genocide. It is not determined by the number of victims.
This is also an interesting point. A genocide is a genocide. It's not determined by the number of victims. Because there are people that do try to play the game of if it wasn't this and this amount, it's not a genocide. You know?
If you have a group which qualifies as one of the groups identified in the Lemkin definition, that is national, ethnic, racial, religious, and that group is, say, 10,000 strong, and you murder 5,000 of them because you didn't have the time to murder them all, but this is what you wanted to do.
And yes, trans people, technically speaking, don't fit under this definition that is being described here, okay? But during the conference about the wasted lessons of the Holocaust, I asked this person directly if the persecution and taking away rights and escalating violence against the LGBT, I use the broader LGBT, would that constitute a genocide against that group? You know? And I got an answer from him that the Lemkin, that the UN definition is actually problematic because it's been narrowed down. It used to basically allow for a group like trans people to be part of the definition. And he added as the final answer that should a group be targeted in a way in which people are thinking we have determined that this group should not exist and that we will create this better world by getting rid of this group, in this case trans people, then those people should come under the full protection of the law, and that the laws that protect against genocide should come into full power. That was the answer given by Konstantin Gebert when it comes to the question basically of the trans genocide. You keep in mind, I was able to ask this question before already.
This will constitute genocide. Intent decides. Actually, the question you've raised was also raised during the first genocide trial in Europe since World War II, when General Stanislav Kristich was the head of the logistics of the Drina Corps, the Bosnian Serb army's unit responsible for organizing the act of genocide in Srebrenica, was very offended with the accusation. He said it's all lies and American falsehoods and whatever. But then he said, okay, but let's assume, for the sake of the discussion, that we really did kill those 7,800 people, as the prosecution maintains. 7,800. Is that genocide?
There are people that still think like this, by the way. There are unironically people that still think this way. Okay, that was weird. That was indeed weird rhetoric.
Which Judge Theodore Miron, who was the chairman of the court, answered, and just how many would have satisfied you, General? And Kristich abandoned this particular line of defense.
I think that
that is actually a pretty good response. And just how many would have satisfied you, General? Yeah.
Return to the distinction between the Shoah and other genocides, and your warning not to make the Holocaust a standard for the genocide because it makes the bar very high. And we don't need to see gas chambers. We don't need to see a pan-continental plan to kill each and every member of the group to have a genocide. How does it work in China today?
This is a fascinating question from the legal but also political perspective. The Lemkin definition, after listing the fundamental characteristic of...
And yes, I am willing to bet that a lot of like Maoists will just straight up deny genocide in China. A lot of people already do. What am I even saying? Why am I treating...
Which groups qualify to be victims of genocide, which in itself raises a number of very important questions. Lemkin initially wanted to include on that list social and political groups.
Social and political groups. So trans people would squarely fit, by the way. Trans people would squarely fit under the full Lemkin definition. Social groups and political. 100% would fit under the full definition. And most are so spineless. Agreed.
The Soviet Union objected. This is the UN 1948.
Of course, the USSR would object. Of course, the USSR would object to the full definition. If the full definition was in place, almost every single action the USSR took in its existence would be genocide upon genocide. Oh yes, I've seen that. I've seen people say the Holodomor is just a Nazi conspiracy. No, yes, I know. I've talked to people like that just yesterday. I've talked to those people. Also, I'm saddened to hear that people have problems with the connection to the stream. But yes, absolutely.
The Soviets had very good reasons to object.
Indeed, the Soviet Union had really good reasons to object to the full definition. I agree completely.
Had this definition been maintained, they would be accused of genocide. And since it was important,
A lot of genocides, in fact. They would have been accused of several genocides.
to have a unanimous support for the convention, the list of the groups that can be victims of genocide was shortened. Social and political groups were excluded, which created the problem when the Khmer Rouge were prosecuted. They murdered 2.4 million people out of social and political reasons. This clearly was not genocide under the UN Convention.
There we have it. That is the big problem.
But then it was discovered that they also murdered 40,000 Cambodian Muslims for being Muslims. And this crime made it possible to accuse the Khmer Rouge of genocide.
You can see the problem
But
here, right?
back to the definition, it then lists the criminal acts that, if committed in the intent of exterminating in part or in whole one of those groups, those acts constitute genocide. And one of those acts is the transfer of children from the group being persecuted to the perpetrator's group. This is
just like with indigenous children. I find it on the same level as saying the Holocaust is just a Jewish conspiracy at this point. Yes, I agree. I absolutely agree with you, Sophie. 100%, yeah.
This is one of the things that China is doing to the Uyghurs in Xinjiang. Children are being removed from their families, transferred to Chinese families or to Chinese boarding schools in order to sinicize them,
right?
To convert them into non-Uyghurs.
And again, indigenous children, right? In those boarding schools.
And this technically meets the requirement of the UN definition. This is, of course, a far cry from Treblinka or from the 500,000 machetes. The point is, the intent is the same.
Yes.
A group needs to cease to exist.
Yep. Exactly.
And maybe the Chinese are simply producing a more advanced genocide, if you wish, a more humanitarian genocide. We don't kill you. We just convert you into something else.
Speaking about the kidnapped children, we have heard many stories of thousands of Ukrainian children transferred into
Ukraine.
Russian interior. Do you see it as a case of genocidal behavior too?
Potentially, yes. There's a raging discussion about whether Russia's crimes in Ukraine can be considered genocide. I think that there are no reasons to think so.
I would say yes. I would actually say in here that yes, I would say they are genocidal actions. I would side with a different scholar that was present during the conference about genocide that said that in his opinion it was.
Russia is committing crimes of war and crimes against humanity, but I do not see the intent to exterminate the Ukrainians as a national group, which is fundamental to the definition, with one question mark: the fate of those children. Russia argues that These are orphans or lost children that are being transferred outside the combat zone into safety.
And of course, there's the Russian rhetoric of destroying the Ukrainian identity. So I think I will not agree here.
But if the possibility will exist, they will be eventually released back to their parents or families.
Which is not what's happening. They're giving Russian passports, Russian identities.
Or next of kin. I do not know. But if Russia intends to Russify them,
yes, exactly,
then yes, just like what the Chinese are doing in Xinjiang, this is sufficient to apply the designation of genocide.
It is
It
genocide.
simply needs to be researched more.
So let me ask you,
as we know, because we already know, we know about these camps. We know. I might ask about this. I want to ask about this today, if possible. Russian children's camps, because this is from 1 year ago. Does he now believe it fits genocide? I will ask this as well, because this is not a super new video, so the stance might have changed on this particular thing, especially since a lot of information has come out since then.
Final question, and let me ask you in Russian. Что делать? If genocides have happened, which means we have not erected sufficient mechanisms to prevent them, what we can do?
Well, first of all, to recognize what you have recognized, that the slogan of never again that has been repeated like a mantra over and over is just that, a slogan. The American journalist David Reeve, who also did work in Bosnia in the 90s, in his book on Bosnia, Slaughterhouse, has this extraordinary sentence in which he says that after Sarajevo, after Srebrenica, we know exactly what never again means. It means that never again shall Germans kill Jews in World War II. That's all it means. There have been genocides after Treblinka. So the first thing is to know that, to be aware. The second thing is to appreciate just how easy it is to commit genocide.
Right.
The preconditions might be difficult. You need to have total control. A democratic society cannot commit genocide, not necessarily because it's more moral, but because it clearly is not organized enough. But if you have total control over media and over education, then if you want to commit genocide, it's doable.
Transgenocide?
A lady in Berlin who, as a young girl, survived the Nazis by hiding in German families, a Jewish lady, Irene Reiskron, told me that a cousin of hers in the 30s, who was employed as an official in a German office, being a pedantic German official, always at noon took a lunch break and then sat on a bench in the park and fed the birds. And eventually, benches were segregated in that park. And the bench he always sat on did not have the Nur für Juden wording for Jews only, which would allow him to sit there. Right. But that was the bench he had sat on for 20 years. He probably didn't even notice. So he sat and started feeding the birds. And the sweet old lady was passing by who knew him from the office and therefore knew that he's Jewish. And she said, "Oh, sir, but you're mistaken. This is not your bench. Your bench is over there." She probably didn't have one evil bone in her body, she pointed out this misdemeanor the way that she would have pointed out if he was littering. She would have said, "Oh, you dropped something." If somebody would have told her.
This is actually also a good point. How societies are primed for genocide. You see? The nice lady was being primed for genocide. Yes, and that's not even taking into account the legitimately genocidal rhetoric being used against Ukrainians in Russia proper. The Ukraine isn't a real country, Ukrainians aren't real people, Ukrainians fake, Nazi peasant language, and Russia should conquer Ukraine by any means. That's true, yeah.
That she had set the trains to Treblinka in motion, she'd be very surprised. And then, if what the sentence means was explained to her, outraged. In 1935, nobody, the Nazis themselves included, had any idea of trains to Treblinka. But those trains were possible because German society decided to cooperate with a law that was immoral from the very beginning and therefore illegitimate and therefore illegal and wrong.
And now, think again of the people who claim that there is no trans genocide. And listen to this. We have to listen to this again. Think of the trans genocide when listening to this.
Beginning and operate because German society decided to cooperate with a law that was immoral from the very beginning and therefore illegitimate and therefore illegal and wrong.
And think of anti-trans legislation being pushed. Think back to this. What's being said here?
I had this honor of knowing Polish righteous Gentiles, the Poles who were recognized for saving Jews during World War II. And they tried to establish a kind of general model of what made them different. They were a small minority. Why did they engage in this extraordinary?
Also, they were a small minority. Don't let the Polish government lie.
Heroic activity. And no socioeconomic criteria worked. No, this wasn't education. You could have university professors and illiterate peasants. It wasn't religiosity. You could have fanatic Catholics, militant atheists, and everything in between. It wasn't politics. They were left to right and everything in between again. The one thing that set them apart is they were unable to convince even themselves that this is none of their business. If they saw evil, they were
good. And that is what we have to do. We cannot think that this is none of our business. That is also important. They're just banning trans books. Oh, they're just banning care. They're just calling trans people groomers. And the contagion. What do you do with contagions you contain, right?
forced to react, regardless of everything else they saw. And one of them had some time drinking vodka, and then he said, "Look, I'll tell you because you're a good man, you won't get it the wrong way. You know, I didn't even like those Jews." And then he said, "Oh, but please don't tell anybody because they call me anti-Semitic and whatever." But this is exactly the point. It's not about liking victims and therefore helping those we like, and which means if we don't like somebody.
That's also a good point.
It is about the belief that the world is our business.
If there is a thing that we have to take out of this video, it's this. It is about the belief that the world is our business. This is actually very important. We've talked about this today before.
And the practical consequence is we need to educate our children to be disobedient, not to respect the rules about benches. Now,
Exactly. This is also very important and good. No, you do not seek a middle ground between not having rights and having rights. No, you're disobedient. You don't accept taking away of rights. Exactly.
I know how silly this sounds. I have 4 children, and I know that children don't need any encouragement to be disobedient, right? They're beautifully disobedient on their own. But this is a slightly different kind of disobedience. It's a disobedience that empowers you to do the right thing, even if everybody else is not, even if it seems hopeless and helpless, and even if you don't see the possibility that evil will be eventually defeated. You still do the right thing because it's your business.
Very important.
And if we manage to educate our children like that, we'll have a better chance next time around.
Thank you very much. I see that we have
Very
another question popping up in the chat. Should I now give floor to Khalees?
So first of all, Kostek and Dariusz,
They use the nickname Kostek.
Thank you for this provocative. I don't know. The word is it's not stimulating, but you really put some things out there for all of us in a way to better understand, to define, because we all need some kind of definition because we can't just sort of have this amorphous thing. And you've already provoked many questions and comments, but I don't want to detract
We're going to listen to the questions. There's 9 minutes left.
from the way you summed up this part of the conversation in terms of what is our responsibility wherever we are, whoever we are, whether we like them and who them is, to engage in education, in social action, in being on the front lines to do good. How do we take it from here?
Very simple. There are so many early warning signals. One of them is dehumanization.
Let's see. Right now, let's see if these warning signs apply to trans people, okay? We are listing the early signs that should be obvious to everyone. His words, right? This is to all the skeptics, all the people that would like to debate that it's not genocide. Do we have dehumanization with trans people? Absolutely we do. We don't have to look far to see how dehumanization of trans people takes place, right?
If people are compared to animals, to vermin, this is a red flashing light.
Interesting. I'm pretty sure that happens. Comparison to vermin.
Because you can't have a genocide without that. For some reason, people are okay with killing animals and less okay with killing people. So if we want to kill people, we have to convince others that these are really animals, not people. There's some very sweet genocidaire had beers with in Rwanda told me, you know how we call them, the Tutsis he meant? Inyenzi, cockroaches. You think it just by accident, just happened? Think of it. Would you like to live with cockroaches in your house? See? I also have the right not to want cockroaches in mine. This is the same line of reasoning that Adolf Hitler used in Mein Kampf when he raged against German emotional anti Semitism, which he said is a misunderstanding and a waste of time. Anti Semitism should be scientific. It is, he says, like the doctor who is treating a tuberculosis patient. He doesn't hate the bacillum that causes tuberculosis. He simply stands on the side of the superior life form, which is the human being, against an inferior life form, which is the bacillium. And in the same way, we need to exterminate the Jews because they are inferior and they're toxic.
Interesting. I recall hearing something about trans people inferior and toxic. A danger. Yeah, we've got dehumanization.
We need to protect
Absolutely.
the superior life form, which is the Aryan human being. So when
we need to protect the children, we need to protect cis women, etc.
In public, we hear someone say that a group of people.
Would you like to live with groomers, people that are infecting your children? Think about the group this is being said about right now. Do you like these people to take away women's spaces? People's spaces are being erased by these people. We have to do something. Exactly.
Whatever that group is vermin, is bacillium, is venom. This should provoke immediate condemnation because you can't have genocide without it. It's as simple as that. Now, mercifully, in the overwhelming majority of cases, it doesn't end with genocide, right? But this is of no relevance. Just like if somebody stands on a flyover over a highway and throws stones at cars, most stones will miss, right? That doesn't exonerate that person.
Exactly. Exactly. People should take this to heart. This was a very important part.
And words can be stones and words can kill.
One of the questions, Kostek and Darius, that came up is using the word genocide, the term genocide, in an inappropriate way. Going back to the comparisons, perhaps, or how people perceive it. What kind of reaction, when it's misused, I'm sorry to use that term misuse, but when it's misused, it's as distressing and perhaps as dangerous as when it's used.
Well, this is why I'm compulsive about definitions. And this is why I spend a number of pages in my book explaining what the definition is and what it means. Because genocide means something. It isn't just a synonym of awful. Just recently, a Russian newspaper published a letter by a local functionary in a small town who complained that the residents, through their criticism and their complaints, are committing a genocide of Russian functionaries. Now,
what? That can't. What? Or a genocide of Russian function. Okay. Yeah, you. That is actually an amazing. That is actually. I would not be able to think of a better example of misusing the term. Well played. Well played. Oh my God.
What he wanted to say is, I'm fed up with their complaints. But he used a word that he knows carries a great emotional load. and which is
Wow.
routinely misused. Just as we have this rule about the argumentum ad Hitlerum, right?
Argumentum
When
ad Hitlerum.
eventually in every debate somebody will call the opponents Nazis.
Oh, that's it. I've never heard him talk about this before. Interesting. Argumentum ad Hitlerum. Is Vosh being called out? Let's see. Let's see if Vosh is being called out.
And this means you cannot have any meaningful exchange of opinions anymore. In every conflict, eventually somebody will accuse their opponents of genocide. This is not only sloppy thinking.
You sloppy Vosh.
This is not only an abandonment of the intellectual rigor that people engaging in debate are obliged to observe, it's threatening because it reduces the meaning of the word. If everything can be genocide, then nothing is genocide. And whatever happened to the Jews or to the Tutsis isn't any worse than me having a bad day.
Dariusz, would you like to add a final comment before we close?
Well, what you said at the end of answering to my question, "Что делать, what to do," sounded very...
Russia claiming Ukraine is committing genocide against Russian speakers because the country wants to use Ukrainian in its official documents. Vows destroyed.
Very much like Marian Turski, our great friend and
Marian
Auschwitz
Turski.
survivor, call "Don't be indifferent," the 11th commandment, which is don't be indifferent even to minor illy signs of something horrible coming.
I'm so happy that everything comes back to Marian Turski, and do not be indifferent. Even to the smallest signs. I'm so glad that it comes back to that. It's so important.
And yes, in most cases, these are stupid and bad, but not fatal, not deadly acts. But they may become deadly after some time. And it reminds me about, I don't remember who said, oppose evil when it's weak.
Okay.
So let me end with this call.
Thank you.
Kostak, Dariusz, thank you very, very much. Kostak, thank you for bringing us this book. Dariusz, thank you for helping us get through some of the most important parts of the book so that we can continue the conversation. But as you both said, it doesn't end with a conversation. It ends with, or continues with, doing the right thing, not being indifferent. So thank you both very much. Thank all of you for joining us this evening. We will be sending out information about the next call, and perhaps our guests will share some resources or further reading for you. If you have further questions, please don't hesitate to contact the Toby Center. And I invite you to join us at the end of February, on February 26th, for a
Most
exploration
stimulating.
of Chassidut, of Hasidism. Thank you.
That's Hasidism is a very
you.
interesting topic. All right. The Jewish community did a lot to help refugees, by the way. Helping with getting supplies, diapers, cleaning products. There was a huge thing within the Jewish community. Okay. What do we think? Was that good? Was that bad? to not be indifferent or complacent. Or although I will defend a bit Vosh's comparison to Nazis, because I would say that Vosh is not literally calling everyone a Nazi. That's actually a little bit of a straw man that people make of Vosh. And that I think it's fair to compare certain behaviors to those that Nazis actually engaged in, or certain types of thinking to those that the Nazis engaged in. I think that's fair. So yes. With this said, thank you very much for coming to today's stream. I'm very glad that we were able to end on this note and with this particular video and with this particular discussion. And I hope we can get a lot more segments like this. I'm preparing some very big things for when I'll be back. It will be at least a few good days before the next stream happens because, as I said, we're going to be celebrating the new year. We're going to be doing some things. But I will definitely post when the next stream will happen on Discord as well as on the community thing. And we will be uploading things even when I don't stream. And I might dip my feet into creating some small essay type materials as well. But I'll be back as soon as possible. But unfortunately today we won't have a stream because of the New Year's. Thank you all for being here, and I will see you relatively soon. We will see each other relatively soon. Love and solidarity. I will write it even on the chat. Love and solidarity.